Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today's currently June 17th, kicking off another trading session. Bart, you're already wanting to look at Verve, V-E-R-V, Verve Therapeutics. Yeah, that's a monstrous gap up. Wow. From 627 to 1106. Very substantial move. So on the daily chart, you can already see that's up about 76%. It is quite a lofty move, likely on news. Yeah. So this one you can see is busting through this daily chart parallel channel, pivot high going all the way back to 2022, pivot high in 2024, a couple pivot low points. So you are at some technical resistance. It's crazy to see how this just stops right at that top of the parallel channel. All right, so that's that technically is trading at resistance, but the thing about Verve is that it's a biotech, so pharmaceutical biotech, and it is into this massive gap fill. Gap fill takes you to about 1275, give or take. So let's see what we did in the pre-market. Yeah, look at that. Pre-market high all the way to 1340. That's pretty crazy. 1340. So intraday, if you consolidate and hold the top of this daily chart range, you know, maybe you get a back test of this area here. These little pivot tops around 874. You could take it as a stab on the long side, trying to press for that 1275 gap. So, but pre-market to fill the gap. We'll see if it wants to do it intraday. Let's look at a couple other high flyers here. INDO, that's gapping up there. Nothing really crazy there. IXTIA, that's gapping up. SLRX for Bart again. Yeah, that's gapping up as well. Likely on news. Not really liking this trade all that much. Maybe for a short, but you can see it's into a ton of resistance here. 1, 2, 3 major pivot low bottoms. So that's a wall of resistance, as well as a little bit of reversal bar breakdown here on the daily chart. Again, intraday, wow, pre-market high of $2, so you can see that name's already sold into quite a bit. Pre-market high of $2. All right, before we look over some more individual names, we're just going to take a quick peek at the main indices. So right now you do have SPY down 0.48%, QQQ down 0.53%, Russell leading the charge to the downside, that's down 0.75%. So overall on the SPY daily chart here, you can clearly observe that it's still trading inside of that wedge pattern. And we adjusted the wedge patterns for now a lower boundary support trend line. The previous little wedge pattern was there, which it broke down from, but realistically the pattern is still okay. You're maintaining bullish structure above this 595 high pivot zone, this impulse green candle. In terms of what is transpiring today, we're obviously gapping down slightly, so it does appear that they may want to potentially take it back down to this lower boundary gap and fill that gap. So that gap fill is now on watch. Considering we're into the gap window and closing below, or so far we're below yesterday's low of day, we just want to be mindful that we could potentially see a move to that gap fill around that 596. Now, I honestly think that they may keep the markets buoyant. I'm open to that gap being filled because there is obviously some pressure on the market today with oil being a little bit higher. That one's well above $71 a barrel right now. You have the VIX slightly elevated, natural gas is catching a bid. So across the board, you are seeing some of the energy commodities continuing to press higher. And that's obviously due to the fact that the tensions in the Middle East are still a concerning factor for investors. So if we look at crude oil, that's something that we are holding some long positions on. Crude oil yet again consolidating up 2%. So I still think crude oil is going to retest the highs of the session, but you are into some minor resistance here. Crude oil just needs to digest these gains, but another 2% swing to the upside in crude oil is pretty decent. And when you look at XLE today, XLE is gapping up yet again, 88.40, so it's diverging from the market. We've seen that over the last few sessions with when Iran and Israel tensions escalate. Obviously, there's been a lot of Iran refineries that have been bombed. We had that major news announcement from Trump basically telling everyone in Tehran to evacuate. So there were millions of people trying to flee and leave. Whether or not that means the U.S. is going to get involved, we can arguably say indirectly the U.S. is already involved because they supply a whole host of weapons to Israel. So we can't really say they're not involved. But then you have China trying to potentially get involved. And the thing about China and Iran relationship is most of China's oil, or I shouldn't say most, but a significant amount of China's oil comes from Iran. So that's a bit of a problem when you factor in the population and how many people rely on Iran's oil in China. You know, the amount of death that's happening in Israel and Iran, there's way more people that could suffer in China if they were to lose all of that oil supply. So with their main or the big source of oil being shut down, that's a bit of a problem for China. So they obviously they said last night they would try to mediate. And then that's a way that the US would also get involved. If China's starting to get involved, then the US kind of has to get involved. And we saw the US moving some of their fleet there, their aircraft carrier US, I can't remember the name, but it starts with an M. Anyways, let's look at XLE today. I think we get a lot of continuation moves higher. XOM, our 113 calls are in the money. That's going for a high break of yesterday's high. Beautiful to see. Very, very strong chart that I'm absolutely bullish on is Valero. We took 140 calls at this breakout candle on Friday, and boom, that thing is almost in the money. So good to see energy stocks are yet again waking up, and Valero's just consolidated tremendously. I mean, this is a one beautiful daily chart inverse head and shoulders that has quite a substantial amount of upside. I mean, you're talking about a $100 pivot low to about a $38, $39 neckline. That's a $39 rally on top of this neckline, which would be a monster move for ticker VLO. Alright, so SPY today, realistically, it's going to be tough to day trade. I think that there's better plays in individual names, but let's just look at some of the SPY levels. So obviously being the fact that SPY is below this hourly chart impulse candle, I really don't like that. I would have to considerably wait for this. The conservative thing to do would be to wait for this gap fill. Okay? And then if you slice through the gap, at least you have in close proximity that prior day low sitting at 595.48. So in terms of long positions, I would have to wait for that gap fill. The only benefit that SPY really has is you are approaching this upsloping, this new wedge pattern. So if we actually adjust that wedge pattern, you can see the bottom of that wedge pattern kind of confluences right with that gap fill. So call it 597.50, a little pierce of that, and I would very, very much like to get long SPY with some call options. Right out the open, I don't want to short a gap down because they could easily press it right back into prior day high and then take it down. So I'm not going to really take any SPY trades off of the open unless we flush into that gap fill, or I would consider shorting it right off of prior day highs. So I'm waiting for a move either up to prior day high to short or a move down to prior day low gap fill to go long. I'm not trading in no man's land because we're just kind of a 50-50 point away from going up or down. QQQ, same sort of scenario. That's actually a little bit more, holding a little bit more relative strength. The Qs are actually still above and inside of this wide range green bar candle on the hourly chart, which is a nice little sign, but you are technically under your prior day high, which is a little bit of resistance in the near term, but definitely holding up a little bit better on the Qs. IWM. All right, so the IWM has been going through a lot of backing and filling here. Daily chart, you're now below the 7-day moving average, but you're coming up into that 20 days. So we bounced pretty terrifically off of that 20-day on Friday, but you are coming back down for a second retest. That 20-day moving average should act as support yet again. And obviously, if you start getting any sort of significant closes below that, then you would likely stop out. But a lot of support here on the IWM around this 208.30 level. Okay. All right, so that sums up the indices for the time being. Let's look at natural gas quickly, because that one is starting to try to make a bullish breakout above this key level. Again, natural gas trying to break out of this wedge pattern and this previous high pivot where you had this breakout candle. So natural gas is looking certainly a little bit better in my opinion, and it is forming a potential bullish breakout. This is on watch for today. Because again, this could have a lot of momentum to the upside. Let's look at gold today. So gold just taking a bit of an inside day breather, bouncing off of the 7-day moving average. Really, gold is just a very strong chart, still putting in higher lows, higher highs, and this chart looks like it's going to probably challenge the all-time highs. Very, very tough chart to short. Obviously, if tension started to de-escalate, then that would be something that probably took a bit of a downside fall. Obviously, if gold is doing well, the Dixie's just kind of flat today. I still think the Dixie has another little leg down to about 96.77, and perhaps that leg down happens tomorrow on Jay Powell and interest rates. Okay, let's look at yields so we can dissect what bonds are doing. The 10-year yield basically getting rejected at the 7-day moving average. This is starting to potentially still slope in a downward trend, the 7-day, but you are finding resistance on that 7-day moving average. If you look at TLT, TLT arguably had a failed breakout out of this inverse head and shoulders, but it just means it needs more time, okay? You simply adjust the neckline to that new pivot high, and TLT just needs a little bit more time, in my opinion, to start shaping up. So really no action, crazy action in bonds today. There's nothing really crazy happening in bonds. In terms of economic data today, so we had the retail sales that came in, which were a little bit of a miss. You also have at 9:15 some industrial data, but 10 a.m. you have business inventories and home builder confidence. So home builder confidence can move markets, but really that's the last data set at 10 a.m. that's going to influence things. All right, so let's look at some of the mega caps. So we'll start with Tesla, and then we'll look at some of the big pre-market movers. All right, so Tesla is still potentially getting a bullish cross of the 7 and 20. 4-hour chart looks very, very nice. You are trying to still shape up that inverse head and shoulders. In terms of where I'd consider going long Tesla today, it's a little bit of a tough chart, but gap fill is your first aggressive level for Tesla. I repeat, gap fill is your first aggressive level for Tesla. But I would love to sweep this low pivot around 323. If Tesla swept this low pivot around 323, I would like to go long TSLA for a potential swing trade as well. I am eyeing up that swing trade on Tesla. So if we draw a trend line on TSLA, you can see it's breaching that key trend line. It's a bit of a problem. But I'd love to sweep this 323.40 pivot zone. And that would be a nice little back test to our previous little breakout neckline. All right, so keep Tesla on watch around 322 Pierce, 321.30. We'll watch that name very closely. Let's look at NVDA. NVIDIA holding some structure. Obviously NVIDIA is testing that original wedge pattern. And if you simply break that wedge pattern, then you adjust that trend line and go to the next outer wedge, which takes NVIDIA down possibly today to around 142.17 if the market sell off. But that name is slightly green here in the pre-market, so it's holding up quite well. Let's look at Microsoft today. Microsoft finally starting to come in, trading around 474. Notice the relative weakness in Microsoft today. So I want to look at this hourly chart because these hourly impulse candles from yesterday are important. So Microsoft is trading near the lows of its hourly impulse green candle that we formed yesterday off of the open. You look at the Qs are actually trading slightly above it. You look at NVIDIA again has 3 hourly impulse candles to the upside, well above it. Let's look at Google. Google actually holding up fairly decent. Again, also holding a little bit more bullish structure. You did get that hourly crossover. Google's a name that I think could actually catch a bit of a bid off of this zone here. We are back testing this wedge pattern yet again. We'll keep that name on watch for a bit of a long trade. Let's look at Meta, because that was an absolute monster yesterday. Yeah, Meta is actually holding up very, very well. Down only 0.24% on the session, a couple bucks here. Again, still very, very tight bull flag range potentially forming on Meta. Meta does look like it wants to press higher. Notice how Meta didn't even retest its May pivot high here. Its mid-May pivot high. It was too strong, trading well above its key moving averages. Let's look at Amazon. So Amazon right now down a couple bucks. Also a name that probably wants to head back down to, call it 212. Pierce the 212 level would be somewhat interesting. You'll probably have some support right at this zone here, that previous gap fill, pivot low. So Amazon still has a lot of support. It's going to be a tough name to break down in my opinion. AMD continuing to be a monster, breaking out yet again. Let's look at Micron. Micron seeing a little bit of distribution. Broadcom, that name is slightly down on the session. You do have Bitcoin struggling today as well. BTC USD having a nice little breakout candle, getting sold into once again, trading at 105.50, down about 1.16% on the session. All right, so there are a few stocks that are making some rather large moves in the pre-market. Again, so you have some names like Roku that are green on the session. Zimmer Biomet, ZBH, that's gapping up. So ZBH gapping up, trying to negate this bearish cross of the 7 and 20. Seeing what else. Obviously solar stocks are making some crazy moves. Those are your 3 biggest laggers today. You look at ticker RUN. So run gapping down on the Senate bill. That's absolutely getting smashed to the downside. Ticker RUN. Coming into a double bottom zone on run. I would let it pierce that. There is a potential day trade on this name, but you can see it's right at the pre-market lows. I would need to see it sweep these pivot lows on ticker run, and I'd consider actually taking that for a day trade. It's going to be very aggressive, but nice gap down. Good morning, Manatee. Alright, so solar stocks again, we look at EMPH. EMPH getting absolutely slaughtered, making new 52-week lows. This is just a name that can't seem to catch a bid. Again, you are coming into a lot of support in this region, but it's one of those things that this is now breaking down on news. The Senate tax bill being solar credits being taken away and cut. So obviously that's a bit of a problem in the near term. Let's see if we have any daily chart gaps down below here. We have to go all the way back. So there is this previous pivot zone from 2019. You do have a nice little gap fill in and around this area, 34 bucks or so. But then realistically, you start breaking those levels and then you're going all the way back down to this gap around 28 bucks. So I might take a stab at ENPH for a bounce at $34, around 34 bucks. Let's look at First Solar because that's obviously getting smacked as well. Yeah, First Solar also down sharply trading. And this stock looked like such a healthy chart pattern. It's almost like, I don't know, people knew, right? It's freaking crazy. I'm a little bit upset about that one, but it is what it is. We'll just trade what's in front of us. So First Solar, we've got two upsloping trend lines coming into that zone. You're having a nice failed breakout pattern on the daily chart of FSLR. Let's throw up a fib retrace just to see where we are. But those are pretty much your biggest movers of the session. You can see you're into this previous 618 support zone on First Solar. Question is it enough? Let's actually draw a box here. So I would consider taking a stab on a bounce trade of First Solar. Wow, it still needs to drop another 14, 15 bucks. Around 120, 120.50 is my first buy level on FSLR. 120.50 is really my first level on FSLR. Let's look at ICLN, the ETF. Yeah, that's also gapping down nicely. You're back into this previous little gap zone, but this looks like it's probably going to test its lower boundary range. Let's look at uranium stocks, URA. So URA is into a bit of resistance here, longer term resistance on the weekly chart. Still one of the strongest commodities out there. Nuclear stocks, uranium stocks have been doing phenomenally well with this massive vertical ascent. You can see you're definitely overbought on the weekly chart. The question is, are we actually going to test the upper boundary range around a $41, 40.50 level on URA? I certainly am not chasing on the long side here, but I'm watching for a reversal in some of these names because we should have a hard and sudden pullback of probably at least 6 to 10% in uranium. It's just a matter of, are we going to breach this upper pivot? But a nice parallel channel being observed on URA. It is still positive today after you had a monster gap up yesterday, bit of a topping tail. So just understand that there are some sellers in this region, but we'll just see if it wants to eventually give us a bit of a more of a distribution signal. But names like SMR, obviously still strong today, getting some top wicks. Oklo, still very, very strong on the session, but a nice topping tail on volume is forming at these highs. Look at names like CEG. CEG is actually one that's starting to curl up and looks more positive. I think that you're going to get a bit of rotation out of the higher speculative names into some of the more quality names. Interesting to see Dominion Energy breaking down a little bit here. So uranium stocks are on watch for a couple short setups. Solar stocks again getting crushed on the back. But really FSLR and Enphase and Run are on watch for some long trades today. Alright, I'm just scrolling through to see what else we have here. Churchill down, Zebra Technologies is falling. T-Mobile, let's see the most active, again plug. Rivian, so again, let's look at the Jets ETF. That's coming right back down. So these actually are interesting opportunities in the airlines yet again. Obviously they're under pressure because of oil. And that's the big question for the market, I think, is oil. What's oil going to do here, right? Is it going to get above these main pivot highs here that you can see on WTI crude and push back again for 74 bucks. That's a big factor for the oil because the market, because again, if oil's pressing higher, that means it's more inflationary. And remember, the market's forward looking. All of the data that we're getting is not inflationary yet. Here you have core retail sales already dropping and weakening this morning, and we haven't really felt the effects of this higher oil price spike that we're seeing in the market. SMCI, that's taking a bit of a breather, down slightly. I still like the name. Oracle taking a bit of a breather as well, down almost a couple bucks. Still has a lot more room to fall in my opinion. ICLR, that name is still looking a bit strong in the pre-market, but realistically your strong and bright spots of the market are your energy trade. Look at VZ, that name's trying to bounce. Look at some of the transport stocks, FedEx taking a bit of a breather itself. Let's look at this SRPT. SRPT down a little bit after trying to put in a bit of a reversal hammer candle at the lows. And SRPT does have a massive amount of support here. Obviously this is fallen off of a cliff due to the fact that a couple people have died on the back of their clinical study. So, but it is into a whole host of support. But obviously when you have death involved and you have to pull one of your main studies, that's a problem. But that's a hard drop. I mean, technical factors, huge upsloping trend line, a nice positive divergence on the weekly chart, very oversold on the daily and weekly. I'd love to try to take a bottom fish at this. Very, very interesting. So again, the bright spot energy really is kind of where the longs are going to be favored. You're pushing up yet again. So our Valero VLO 140 calls, I think, could get in the money today. They're pressing higher. Our XOM, that's pushing up. XLE calls are also doing fairly well. So you still have a lot of strength in the energy sector. Rig again, trying to push up. Other than that, I'm not seeing too much. Let me just take a quick peek at the sector review. So again, for anyone that missed it, I'll review SPY again to inform you what I'm looking for today and how I plan to trade it. Yeah, so you have retail down 0.91%. Let's look at GME. Yeah, don't worry, JP. I'll review it again. I know a lot of people look at SPY and want to trade SPY. So retail stocks are down today, down about 1%. XRT. That's gapping down. You have regional banks down a little bit today. This chart is actually looking pretty horrific on regional banks. This could be a bit of a short setup in the making. A little bit of a swing short. I mean, this chart looks like it's on the precipice of falling below. Obviously, I don't want to load into anything too crazy on the short side before the Fed meeting because we could have a big surge. But regional banks do look like a short, at minimum down to 55 bucks. At minimum, I might consider getting in a short trade today on that. You have XLB, so materials are down slightly, but still holding fairly bullish structure. Still a very strong sector. Communications, XLC, that's gapping down slightly. Still very strong uptrend with obviously Meta being a powerhouse. Then you look at XLE, obviously that's very strong, positive on the session today. XLF struggling a little bit. Financials again are potentially going through a bit of a distribution, maybe a bearish cross of the 7 and 20. The only thing about financials, you look at that JP Morgan chart, and JP Morgan is very, very strong, relatively speaking. That's trying to break out to the upside. So we'll see if JP Morgan can build off of yesterday's gains. Right now it is down a couple bucks. Industrials are holding up fairly well today. XLI, there is some energy components in the industrial market, which is one of the reasons that is holding up fairly well. So that could be a potential area of the market where we look for some long trades. I'll review some once we open and get a few minutes of trading under our belt. Let's look at technology, XLK. That is down by about 0.5%. You can see XLK, how it's trying to breach these previous pivot highs. I mean, XLK is a monster sector that is trending into all-time highs. It did do a peekaboo all-time high pierce yesterday, but look at that V-shaped recovery bounce. Wow, quite remarkable on technology XLK. You just rode that 7 moving average all the way up. Your first little dip into the 20, huge bounce into all-time highs. Again, I think that market participants are going to try to trace and break this higher. Realistically, in the short term, where I see this one going to, and we could even hit it today, you'll have better resistance at a pierce of this double top around 245, 246 on the chart. So XLK looks very interesting. XLP has been one of those sectors that have lagged. The likes of Costco, Walmart have been under pressure recently. So we've been seeing Staples, they got that bearish crossover. I still think that this could be due for a little bit of lower price action. Obviously, if we look at individual names in this basket, we look at Walmart. Walmart's been under pressure as of late. You look at Costco, that's also been significantly under pressure. So Costco looks like the next level of support is around 970. So about $13 more to the downside. Let's look at real estate, XLRE. Now this is a sector that actually has quite a few bullish charts, individual names. So I'm actually eyeing up potentially an entry into some real estate plays. I think that eventually we're going to have to see the Fed soften up here, lower interest rates, and that's where theoretically in the short term real estate should catch a bit of a bid based off of primarily algorithmic trading. Utilities, there is an energy component in utilities, but nevertheless, that is under pressure, getting a little bit toppy here on XLU. Healthcare, I still like healthcare sector as a longer term swing trade investment idea. I still think you're carving out a nice little bottom here on XLV. You're starting to get a potential cross of these key moving averages. Realistically, where XLV wants to maintain is above this 20-day moving average. If we get a bigger pullback in XLV, I'm looking to buy and accumulate some more individual names in the sector. All right, XLY. XLY is still holding some bullish structure. Yeah, FSLR, we reviewed solar stocks and they're just getting hammered today on the back of that Senate bill release, but I'm looking for a day trade long around 120, give or take. 120, pierce of 121. These call options that I have in FSLR are going to be absolutely demolished today, but that's okay. We win some, we lose some. It was just a starter position on FSLR anyway. And we still have time. I mean, we have the August 15th expiry date, as you can see here, but those are going to be absolutely smashed to the downside today. So I'm just going to now have to hold them, see if we can work a base to remove. But I'm looking at trading FSLR on the long side around 121. Again, you have a longer term upsloping trend line connecting these pivots. You have these previous little pivot highs as support. In terms of end face, ENPH, that's near the lows, getting absolutely shattered down by about $10 on the session, breaking this falling wedge pattern to the downside. But first, end face has a lot of support. You don't see it on the chart, but there is a gap fill that I've drawn this trend line through right around 34 bucks. I do like ENPH on the potential long side, so 34 bucks for ENPH. I'd consider taking a stab on the long side. We look at ticker RUN, RUN, also getting crashed and clapped to the downside. That one's down sharply on the session. It looks like we're going to sweep this pivot low liquidity, and I would consider going long realistically near this pivot low here. Call it $5.10, maybe even a pierce of $5. I'd consider going long on ticker run. But these names are going to get absolutely crushed if you're any call positions. But I do think that there's some long trades in the solar names today. We should get some bounces, okay? So right now SPY is still down 0.46. SPY is going to likely be the leading indice because it has that energy component. So let's quickly review SPY for all those that missed it. I know there's some 0DTE traders that trade in here and options positions. So hourly chart on SPY. What I don't like about SPY right now is we're in no man's land. We're about 50%, 50-50 right now. We're at that halfway point between going positive and filling that lower boundary gap. So I don't like the fact that SPY is below this hourly chart. You flip to the hourly chart, that impulse candle from yesterday, we are below the low of that candle. That's a bit of a problem because we're now into gap window, which means that probabilities dictate we should head lower to the gap. This market, however, on gap downs has a high statistical probability of always getting bought up. Now the gap down isn't that big in nature in the grand scheme of things. However, we just know that our investors and traders are conditioned to buy the dip. And again, those statistics do show that when you buy the gap down, you often get profited and rewarded. I'm personally going to be waiting. I need to see either SPY head down to this gap around 597, fill it for me to get interested in a long. I'm waiting to take longs off of that gap. You have the gap zone there. You also have this hourly chart support trend line, and you have the prior day low that confluences with this May 19th pivot. So I'm waiting to go long on SPY around 597. I would consider shorting SPY around the prior day high, 601.85. Okay, that's how I'm playing this. I'm waiting for SPY to either move up to potentially short it or move down to go long. So patience is going to be the name of the game off of the open. Of course, I'll be scanning the market for other individual names. Again, you can see Tesla is coming into that gap fill. So TSLA, same sort of a thing. I'm waiting for Tesla to sweep this low pivot around 323.40-ish. Right, so we have a couple charts up here. We'll show SPY and Tesla off the open. I'm going to watch some of those solar stocks as well off of the open. And if there's any quick questions, we have about a few more seconds here till the open. I am watching quite a few other names. Oil should be something that's on your chart regardless. That's extremely important. Let's get ready for the open here. Markets are open. Again, you'll have some initial support on SPY around 599, a pierce of 599. There is some initial support. Tesla filled its gap to the downside. I'm personally waiting for a sweep of 323.40. Tesla did fill the gap. Let's see what we get right now. Nice little initial buy in TSLA, catching a bit of a bid. Markets are catching a bid as a whole. Patience is the name of the game today. NVIDIA's gone green. Yields are still soft. Face is about $1 away from my first little long level. ENPH I like around 34.05 as a scalp long. SMCI's turned green, Netflix green. Oil taking a bit of a breather. That's okay. SPY and Qs are now neck and neck, so Qs are trying to take a bit of leadership as energy stocks are going through a bit of sell side. Can see Tesla is starting to come down a little bit. Again, we have an aggressive buy at a pierce of this 323 pivot, 323.40 pivot. I do have an aggressive long level on Tesla that I'm very much interested in. So I'm going to get ready on Tesla, guys. That is starting to come into my level. Again, we're waiting for a sweep. Alright, energy stocks took a nice dip there. Valero basically filled its gap to the downside. Now getting a nice bounce. Meta's trying to go green. AMD's still strong on the session. Microsoft's still struggling here. Oracle's gone green. First Solar's still coming down. Let's look at ENPH. Guys, ENPH is into my long level. ENPH is into my long level. This is an aggressive zone. This is a very aggressive buy. Alright, I'm taking a stab here just with common shares. 33.74. One of three positions. 33.74. 1/3 position, guys. 33.74. This is a 1/3 position. Common shares on ENPH. Again, this is high risk. I'll basically add every dollar. So 32.74 is my next entry. And then 31.74. So I'm long ENPH. I repeat, long ENPH. SPY still trying to trickle down a little bit. Again, this is high risk. It's very aggressive. This could absolutely melt to the downside, but I am long EMPH. I'm still watching Tesla. Tesla got a nice bounce ahead of that liquidity sweep low. Netflix doing well. NVIDIA's green. SMCI is green. Meta's gone green. Amazon's trying to turn the corner and go green. XLE trying to push for 89 bucks. XLE is getting another little bid. Look at Valero. Valero, what a chart on VLO. I mean, you had a huge dip off of the open, boom. And now right back to the highs. Our 140 calls are now in the money on Valero, guys. Our 140 calls are now in the money on Valero. The prudent thing to do is to trim a little bit here. Let's see if we can get a bit of a bounce on EMPH. Come on. It's weak. It's very weak. SPY's still struggling here. Still below that hourly pivot. You can see SPY is trying to hold on to that hourly pivot low candle. That's what we're fighting right now. Beautiful move on Valero. Stunning. I just trimmed a bit of my Valero calls. EMP weakness. So a nice trade there on Valero. Beautiful little trade. I made just over 70% on a third of my Valero contracts. I trimmed 1/3 of my 140 contracts in the money. Enphase is starting to bounce nicely, guys. ENPH is starting to bounce nicely. Come on, let's get more. Where I think we could look for a profit target on ENPH. Come on, give us something. Let's just measure this gap down. 36 would take us there. All right, from that pivot low, I think we could get a bounce back above 34.11 is target 1. 34.11 is target 1. Come on, EMPH. Get your butt up there. SPY getting a nice green stick to the upside. SPY getting a nice green stick. Come on, EMPH. Keep climbing. You know you're oversold. ICLN still weak on the session. Let's look at First Solar. That name's still coming in. First Solar still should go a little bit lower. Let's look at ticker Run. Run is into some support. That's down 42%. Ticker RUN is very interesting down here as well. Double bottom, sweeping that low pivot liquidity. Very interesting. Very interesting. Come on, end phase. One more little push up here. All right, guys, I'm trimming my XLE calls as well. $89 calls on XLE. Beautiful little profits in the energy space. Money for XLE. Still think there's a bit more upside. End face we're now green. End face we're now green. Come on, it's hitting our first little resistance. This was profit target 1 on end face ENPH, but the market is trying to firm up here. Come on. One more little liquidity spike on ENPH. Again, I'm looking at trimming right at this 34.11. Come on, give us one more move. Come on, end face. You got it. You got it. All right, guys, don't let end face go against you. I'm putting a break-even stop. I'm putting a break-even stop 33.74. All right, I just trimmed half of my ENPH there. 34.21 trimmed half. Beautiful. Beautiful little trade there. Beautiful. Come on. Keep it pushing. All right, I'm putting an in-the-money stop on the remaining half of my ENPH shares at 33.96. In-the-money stop. Trade is risk-free. That's a hard stop. Not a mental, it's a hard stop. I'll show the market maker that, but that is a nice little day trade scalp there on the long side. I hope you all banked on ENPH. Definitely protect that trade. Next sell side target would be around 34.62. Come on. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. SPY's still weak. I'm not looking to add to Verizon yet. In terms of Micron, I'm considering it here. I am considering it. It's just been a monster to the upside. It's actually into a nice area Micron for an ad. I mean, this is a crazy, crazy extended chart. Yeah, Bart, that's a really good entry up here, I think, on Micron, adding to the Micron puts. All right, Micron puts. Oil catching yet again another bid. All right, end face. I just stopped out of end face there. That was a nice little winning trade. You can see Micron very extended on the chart. SPY is trying to come in. Tesla's actually coming into a long zone, guys. Tesla breached my area. I never took a fill on Tesla, but Tesla is into a nice area here. Interesting area. I would have loved to get that little 1 minute wick down on Tesla there, but I never ever took it. Energy is continuing to move. Again, Tesla knifed through my support zone. I wasn't watching it, but that was a nice little fill if anyone took it. And we still could potentially have another flush down on SPY. We're still into that hourly chart resistance on SPY. You can see we're trading currently below that previous impulse green candle. Very struggling price action here. This is technically an aggressive short zone. I'm not shorting SPY here, but this would be an aggressive zone to short on SPY. Obviously some stocks are trying to catch a bit of a bid here off of the lows. Valero is just a monster today. I love that name. Micron's still a beast today. Just keeps surging higher right now. Micron's trying to blast through a massive 618 retrace zone. It's a massive 618. Still interested in maybe going long Tesla now at around 319.56. SPY's still struggling here. Oil trying to press for $72 a barrel. Holy, look at that big wick down on SPY. Anyone that took a fill down there, wow. That was crazy price action. So that was a big support zone. I have it here highlighted on the chart. That was your first support zone on SPY. But we could still head lower. We could absolutely still head to the gap fill. But that was a big wick down. I think that was probably too quick for really anyone to get filled on. So far we have the NASDAQ down by still about 0.5%, S&P 500 down by 0.38, Dow Jones down by 0.37, small caps are down by 0.46, VIX is up by about 4.76%. Gold slightly down by 0.26, silver up 1.77, crude oil blasting through 72, trying to get above 72 right now, up 2.56, copper struggling a bit. Nat gas seeing some green price action today. So market is certainly under a bit of pressure. Some of your leaders today, ZBH, that's doing well. ESAB, Lennar's doing well. Roku's doing well. Laggers are your whole solar complex. Some of your most active stocks: Run, NVIDIA, AMD, Plug, FSLR, Tesla, Palantir, Coca-Cola, Enphase, Disney, Lucid, Intel, SoFi, O'Reilly, JPM, AAL, RIBN, Hood. Let's look at Hood for a minute. Oil still blasting through, going higher on crude oil. Look at this move on crude oil, guys. Very strong potential hourly chart breakout of an inverse head and shoulders on WTI crude. Energy stocks are still printing. Names like Valero are deep in the money now. Our 140 calls are printed to the upside. Very strong. SPY's still trying to hang in there and press higher. Our TSLA calls are nicely in the money. Let's look at XOM. Blast off on XOM. Let's look at RIG. RIG starting to move up. CTRA. That name's lagging a little bit. Oxy. That's a strong chart as well. Bitcoin struggling on the session. That's coming lower. First Solar, a nice continuation bounce on First Solar. ENPH, wow, anyone still holding ENPH, you're laughing. That stock is trying to make a huge move to the upside. So that was our nice little winning trade on the session, but ENPH is making a stunning move to the upside. Very strong move. And the markets as a whole are doing quite well. SPY still trying to consolidate here in no man's land. Tesla obviously firming up. So that's a nice little potential continuation fall on URA. That's breaking yesterday's low of day. Oklo's starting to come in. Let's look at SMR. That's also coming in slightly. Slightly negative. Gold slightly green. Amazon's green on the session. AMD's still green. SOXX, so semiconductors are green despite NVIDIA lagging here and the Q's lagging. Semis are still holding this market firm from really selling off. What do we got for highest volume? Verve Therapeutics still up about 73.5% on VERV. Look at that. Really no movement. Run still getting a bounce. Lucid showing some strength today. AMD still a monster. Palantir going slightly negative on the session. Does look like SPY's curling back to the downside. I think we're going to test this wick low on SPY. That 1 minute wick low, I think we're going to test it to the downside. QUBT, that's under pressure today. Solar Edge. Nice little buying program coming into Solar Edge. Let's look at BTE. That's a strong stock today. That's continuing to press. Oil still pretty much at the highs, pressing here. Breaking out of that 15-minute chart bullish pattern on crude oil. Very strong crude oil chart, guys. Very, very strong. We've triggered that inverse head and shoulders as clear as day. This 15-minute chart pattern on crude oil suggests a move all the way back up to 75.80 on crude, guys. 75.80. So call it 76 bucks on crude oil. That's a monster move. Kind of makes me want to short this market a little bit. But realistically, I'm sticking to my SPY game plan. It hasn't really hit any short level for me. Conservative short, it hasn't really hit any long level. We already traded end phase successfully on the long side. So we've already hit one day trade. We've taken some profits in the energy space with swing trades. But I'm looking for this market to make a bigger move. Micron's still a monster. You look at SOXX. That's still trying to break out and target yesterday's highs. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon going for the high of day, breaking out yet again. So this one could be bought on dips. Amazon is trending here. Looks like it wants to target this 218.40 pivot high. So Amazon's certainly shaping up for a nice continuation breakout. This is your strong name to buy on dips. If the market does dip SPY, which I think there's a decent chance of it considering what crude oil is doing, then Amazon might be one that we watch on the long side. That one's green. NVIDIA's turned the corner going green. Bitcoin's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hourly chart red candles in a row. This one could be due for a bit of a bounce itself. Look at this crazy little sell-off in Bitcoin. Very interesting. Breaching a couple key trend lines. You're sweeping this trend line liquidity. Yeah, Bitcoin could potentially be ready for a long around 105. Appears to have 105, and there might be a long scalp on Bitcoin. So BITO, I would actually consider BITO. If Bitcoin pierces 105, guys, I'm looking at a long trade on BITO. SPY catching a nice bid at the moment. So keep Bitcoin on watch. I would scalp that on the long side for sure. Natural gas continuing to move higher and break out. You also have so SPY still continuing to push here. One thing we have to be concerned about is Microsoft. Microsoft is trying to break down on some smaller time frames. If you lose this key support area, we should hit for a target of around Pierce of 470. So Microsoft's a little bit vulnerable in this vicinity. That's concerning for the market. Still have strength in Raytheon, RTX. That's doing really, really well. Microsoft melting lower here. NVDA is seeing some distribution. SMCI back to the negative side. Tesla still down 1.86%. Oracle back up 1.81%. Very strong move on Oracle. Costco continuing to come down. Walmart continuing. Let's look at back at these solar stocks. Yeah, solar stocks are still trying to catch a bounce. Still down sharply, but Enphase still trying to work itself higher. First Solar still trying to work itself higher. Yes, Henry, I know the live stream has a delay. That's YouTube. I really can't help anything about that. That's why we also have a live audio broadcast on Telegram. People just like to watch charts though and see analysis. So if you're looking for more of the current charts, you can check out the links below or on the screen. Oil taking a bit of a breather again. Microsoft seems to be the bit of the problem today. MSFT does seem to be a bit of a problem. SPY continuing to melt a little bit here. Still negative on the session. Again, SPY is just continuing to chop. A very tough range to trade. This is why we're being patient, right? We haven't committed to any sort of SPY trades. We're now 34 minutes into the market session. The only day trade we've taken is Enphase for a nice little winning trade. We entered at 33.74. I'd consider scalping that one basically if we continue to make new lows, which I do think that it's going to make new lows. I really, really do. NVDA is starting to come in now. Let's look at Apple. Apple trying to firm up here. Potential inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. Kind of interesting. SOX is coming in a little bit. Micron coming in a little bit, still strong. AMD coming in a little bit. SMCI trying to perk back up. Let's look at Amazon. Are we getting any sort of a dip? Really nothing there yet. Meta is starting to curl down, so just be careful about SPY. We have a potential bear flag on Microsoft's 5 minute chart. The IWM, that's trying to firm up as we speak. SPX still holding inside of that green candle. Again, I think I'm leaning more short on SPY right now, but I still want to wait and follow the game plan. Waiting for a test of prior day. SPY making a little bit of a push here. Definitely a bit of a push. On these calls. Take a look at Valero flying to the high side. Again, we entered contracts on Friday at $1.60. They're now trading at $3.75, a monster breakout on VLO. We are coming up into our first little major resistance zone here. But that's a stunning textbook breakout on ticker VLO. Look at that, boom. 140 calls are deep in the money. So I just trimmed the majority of my Valero 140 calls for 135%. All I have left is runners on the table. All right, I have a few runners on the table. So nice 135% gain. I only have 4 contracts left for Valero. We still have XLE, $89 calls, which we took a trim on. Still think that these ones are a little less volatile. We can ride them a little bit higher. But stunning move on VLO. All right, let's flip back to Microsoft, see what that name is doing again. Markets are very slow in this range. SPY is trying to break out here to the high side. Microsoft firming up. Big surge in the markets, guys. So SPY is starting to get into a bit of a short zone here. It's approaching it. So there is an aggressive short zone on SPY. Appreciate the message there, Henry. I'll definitely adjust it tomorrow. All right, so SMCI trying to break out to the high side. SMCI's chart's looking pretty constructive for a continuation move here. NVIDIA's trying to catch a small bid here, but really not participating in the grand scheme of things. Big surge on Apple. So Apple's trying to take this market leadership and is pushing. It's taking a bit of a dip. Interesting to see Amazon. That was a strong chart, taking a bit of a dip as the market's trying to push up. AMD still a monster up here. back at Microsoft. If you want to short Microsoft here and use this pivot high as your stop loss, 476, I have no problems with that. Microsoft is looking like it's still a short, in my opinion. Ticker CERO. This micro cap CERO, it's a risky play, but there might be a bit of a trade on for the CERO. You're definitely putting in higher highs, higher lows. But I'm going to try taking a stab at CERO on the long side again. Small size. I think that we have upside to at least 1760, so another $1.60 upside. But I'm looking for an entry around 1503. There's a bit of an entry. This is a high flyer micro cap. Don't go in crazy with this ticker, but I'm looking for a bit of an entry at 1503. Buy still trying to consolidate here. Tesla still bouncing off the lows, but negative on the session. Intel trying to firm up here. That's up about 1.57%. Going for a potential high of day break. AMD still super strong. Solar stocks are trying to come back down again. They are looking like they're going to go negative. SPY dipping here. I'm still interested in the CERO. Again, this is a micro cap. Higher highs, higher lows. I'm looking at buying the next little support zone here. But I'm going in with small size. Only going to go in with a one size entry on the position. My target again is 1750. Yeah, again. keep that one on watch. But again, 1503, I'm taking an entry in CERO. My stop loss is really going to be around 1427. Target is around 1760. We'll flip back to some of the other charts like Tesla and Microsoft, but keep that CERO window open as I am interested on a bit of a scalp long. Again, it's a micro cap. We're trading a bit of momentum. It's already up 139%. Just recognize that. But I still think that it's pushing higher here. The market is still not as volatile. SPY's still not into a short zone. I like it higher. There's a chance we might get there, but I'm really not trying to go long SPY just yet. S&P 500 is perking up though. Sorry about that, guys. Just had an emergency vehicle roll in, a big fire truck at my neighbor's. So just wanted to make sure everything was okay, no fires. But all right, back into the thing here. We are just waiting for this market to give us a bigger directional move. I'm still waiting on CERO on the long side. That hasn't come into my level yet. I'm still looking at that 1503 zone. It's an aggressive zone, but it could work out. SPY's still just stuck really in no man's land. AMD still shaking and moving. Very strong chart on AMD. Micron putting in a bit of a double top here, or triple top so to speak. So that one's trying to come in a touch. Let's look at NVDA. NVIDIA breaking down just a tad here. Crude oil is still strong as ever, looking like it's getting bought up on every single dip. Valero taking a breather. Bart saying if the neighbor's house starts burning, don't forget to bring sausages. Yeah, exactly. Grill them up. So energy is still strong for the time being. Let's look at XLE. That's pushing 89.14. Let's look at the IWM right now. That's coming down a little bit. Oh, I got more emergency vehicles rolling in here. I can hear them. I can hear them. Alright, what else we got on the dock here? SPY's still just stuck in really no man's land. And Microsoft coming in. NVIDIA is really the one that's starting to break down. diverging from the semis. Go figure, right? NVIDIA diverging from the semis. NVIDIA continuing to come down here. That's falling. Let's look at coin. Coin getting some news. Really nothing there. Let's flip back to Bitcoin. That's still coming down. QQQ. It's coming down. Let's look at Apple. Apple's still trying to firm up here. NVIDIA is obviously the one that's breaking down. Looks like NVIDIA is going to retest and break down here. Potential head and shoulders on NVIDIA 5-minute chart. I repeat, a potential head and shoulders on NVIDIA 5-minute chart, which suggests that we could be pushing down to 142 on NVIDIA. That could be on watch. Oh, guys, look at the CERO. It never came down to my level, but that was the blast off and target. Look at that move on CERO. Damn, shooting through my target. I'm not really going to trade this one now, unless we get a back test. Same level, 1503. But it hit my target. Unfortunately, that one I did not get long, but wow. What a move on that name. Now up 160% and climbing. All right, let's focus on some other potential trades here. Let's see if there's anything else that's shaking and moving. You know, this ticker APPS could be a short setup here, guys. APPS. Let me see the option chain. Again, this is one of the high volume movers of the session. 719 million market cap. Average 30-day volume is 5.17, but it's trading 30 million shares right now. Let's see if there's any options available, because we could short this one into the ground. APPS. It is looking a little bit toppy with your potential first little lower high. If we break this low pivot here on APS, this thing can absolutely dump. You break this little level, this low pivot, and it could dump for sure. June 20th put. What are we trading at? 683. Let's see, $6 put. Or you can do fives. Alright, high risk trade on APPS, but I'm looking at the June 20th $6 put. $6 put. June 20th $6 put, that's what I'm looking at. Again, that's implying a potential drop of another 13%. That's a little bit of a retrace. You know, I'm actually probably going to take the July 18th put option. Look at this thing here. Breaking out. Ooh, that's actually a tough chart. This weekly chart is setting up for a massive move. I might not actually short this one. Scratch that. I don't. It's showing some intraday distribution, but this is a this weekly chart can still run a little bit more. So I'm gonna scratch that trade on APPS. That's not something I'm gonna look at today. Probably is gonna fall lower, but we'll scratch that. We'll find a different opportunity. That's for sure. Alright, Tesla's still struggling here, down by about 1.8%. That should be coming back lower. IMRX. NVDA, again, I still think NVIDIA can go lower, but SPY's actually trying to push here and break a bit of an intraday flag pattern. Kind of interesting. Look at the stocks again, that's coming in a touch. Micron's starting to come in a little bit more. AVGO Broadcom looking fairly weak here. That's kind of trending with NVIDIA. Natural gas, that's shaking and moving. Look at this natural gas chart. That is breaking out to the high side. Boom. Natural gas is breaking out on the daily chart. That is strong today. Strong today. SPY's still not into any real short levels. We're still just waiting for a bit of a bigger range break. They haven't given us a clear direction. So a nice dip on SPY. Let's look at some of these leaders on the session here. So ESAB, but SPY is dipping. Oh, that's actually lagging now. IAC, that name's also lagging. Let's look at Lennar. Lunar's holding steady. Roku. Yeah, Roku, a bit of distribution. That's a heavy reversal on Roku. But a nice dip on SPY, guys. That's a really solid dip on SPY. Let's look at Microsoft again. Microsoft's starting to come in. NVDA's starting to come in. AMD still up 2.78, SMCI still up 0.32, Bitcoin down 1.52, Amazon slightly red, Meta slightly red. All mega caps are slightly red today. You still have some outperformance in SPY. IWM is performing better than the Qs. Majority of sectors are red except for XLE. ARM is doing really well today. Take a look at ARM. That's pumping to the high side, breaking out yet again. Very interesting. Wow, look at this CERO that we were looking at. It's a strong, strong breakout candle. Amazing. Again, WTI crude still a beast. Valero taking a bit of a breather. Watch for dips to be bought in energy since oil is still very, very strong. Let's look at Generac today. Generac struggling. Palo Alto's doing well today. Pan W, that chart's looking fairly strong even on the daily. Nice little consolidation. Looks like it's going to pop and break out into that 210 zone. Yeah, Palo Alto actually looks poised for a breakout. Pan W. Adobe getting rocked today. That's down a few percent. Let's look at BA, Boeing. Boeing struggling today as well. Carvana finally getting a bounce. Still weak on the session. Enphase is still struggling in this vicinity, coming back down to the lows of the session. These guys, be careful. Don't go long solar down here yet. Wait for new lows if you're trying to scalp it, and these names could be sold into all day. First solar a little bit stronger, but EMPH should make a new low of day. I repeat, EMPH should make a new low of day. SPY holding 601. DDOG, that's doing fairly well today. That's up about 1%. Nice consolidation on the daily chart. Actually, Datadog looks poised, guys, for a bit of a swing trade. Nice momentum. It's now 10:30. I am going to take a bit of a break here, considering the markets are just grinding slowly. Scanning the markets for other potential trades, but so far SPY hasn't hit a short level, SPY hasn't hit a long level for me. You did tag a little bit of support around that 600 Pierce on SPY, but really nothing too crazy. This HUSA chart is somewhat interesting. We'll flip back to it here. HUSA, USA. This HUSA is a potential trade. This one's going to probably fill the gap to about 16 bucks, or what is it, 16, 15.70. There's a bit of a long entry in this vicinity. It's an aggressive play, but it could work out. SPY taking on the chin a little bit more, getting a bit heavier here on SPY. That's for sure. Let's look at Monster. Oh, I'll bring it up on this other chart. Monster daily chart looking a little bit vulnerable. Let's look at Jets again. Yeah, Jets is probably going to come back down to fill this gap. Looking a little bit vulnerable itself. UPST down 3.5%. Copper stocks slightly weak. DraftKings slightly down. Mixed price action in China equities. OIH up 1.6%. So right now the SPX is stuck underneath its 7-day moving average. It is stuck underneath its 7-day. That's a bit of a problem. Microsoft still looking heavy. SPY still looking heavy. Let's look at XBI Biotech. If there's any tickers you guys want me to take a peek at, just let me know. Happy to take a quick peek. XBI could be coming a little bit lower. I would look for a buy around that 20-day moving average, but SPY is melting a little bit here. SPY is starting to melt a little bit here. NVIDIA looks like it's going to break this low of day. NVIDIA chart looking fairly weak in my opinion. Micron's starting to come in a little bit more. Let's look at Okta. Yeah, big bounce on Okta. That's doing well today. Anonymous asking about VZ. You know, we still have time on those calls. Obviously, they're moving pretty drastically to the downside, but there's still time. I'm going to hold my VZ. I'm looking for potential. We still have a lot of support in this range with these previous little pivots on the weekly chart. So I'm looking to hold mine, but if you want to close it, I mean, it's up to you. VZ position would be the 618, 4130. We could head down there. But we still got about a month left on those calls, so I'm going to ride them out. You know, we've only had really 3 down days. Bit of a failed breakout, but you're coming into a lot of support here where it has bounced before. We'll see what happens there. SPY still trying to hold on here. SPX still trying to potentially form a bit of a higher low. If this gives way, I'm suspecting that we test that prior day low. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It's a single entry. It's a small position for me too. Very small. Celsius doing well today. Sell H. Ticker Sell H is doing well. That's trying to break out of this 44 handle. Let's look at Pepsi because Pepsi has a large stake in them. Pepsi's still just creating this base, man. Oh my goodness, this is coiling here. I'd love to get long Pepsi. I do want to get long Pepsi, but I'm just waiting a little bit more. I want to wait a little bit more to go long Pep. But it's getting ready. Look at these moving averages coiling. You're trying to have a bullish crossover. It's getting very interesting. Indice market is extremely slow today, and notice how why we're slow. What is on the back of tomorrow? We have the Fed, right? Interest rate, J Powell. So this is a bit of a slow day. You know, granted, what's moving today is energy. People are going into an asset that has broken out with conviction. Obviously, there's tensions in the Middle East, and indices are slow. So we could just be watching paint dry all day in the indices. So it's a good time to review swing trade positions. That's kind of what I think is the most beneficial here, considering there's not really too many day trades, although we did get a nice win off of the morning. Nevertheless, I mean, the best time to just scan through charts right now, guys. Scan through charts. So that's what I plan to do here. I'm taking my lunch a little bit early, eating some lunch. Again, we do have buy levels on SPY, but whether or not they get there, we have short levels on SPY, whether or not it gets there, time will tell. But don't jump into anything crazy. This is just an algorithmic chop day. Very small range. Definitely play individual names better. Let's look at MDB. If there's any other tickers you guys want me to take a peek at, let me know. I'm happy to discuss them. Nice little potential bounce here on MDB. I would have loved to see it fill its gap, but it is backtesting that 20-day off of that earnings pop and drop. This one should continue higher. You have broken out of an inverse head and shoulders. Upside is around 259. Let's look at ticker AI. That one's green today on the session. Trying to hold support and move higher. Been a little bit disappointed how AI has reacted since its earning gap up. But nevertheless, it is still trying to perform. Let's look at Raytheon, guys. So RTX, we're riding the 150 calls on RTX, which are up nicely. It just shows you that there's still tensions. Raytheon is still pushing here. So I do think that there's more upside in RTX. But the spread is pretty wide. Let's look at LMT. Lockheed Martin. That one that hasn't participated in really this war breakout, but it could be staging a bit of a rally here. Anonymous is saying June 26, 145 call. PEP for me is just moving up and down, currently up $20 on the position, not going anywhere, but has a full year on it. Oh, so you're doing, okay, you're doing next year, June 26 PEP calls. Yeah, that's, honestly, that's one that will break out. You know, you're forming a bit of a, what looks to be the start of a stage 1 basing formation. You know, it's very similar to what we had down here in the GFC, and this is a long-term trend. So I mean, this is a multi-year trend line going all the way back to 2008. So PEP is into a huge buy level. You're into one of the most oversold conditions you've been on the weekly. Very minimal times, and PEP historically always has a bounce when you're this oversold. It's just got to take a little bit of time, right? But I do like that for a long-term position. I think you're very smart to buy those calls with a lot of time on. That gives you a lot of flexibility and optionality. Even the monthly chart of PEP. Take a look at the RSI on the monthly. Realistically, the only time that we saw this oversold on the monthly was, and you can't even see it on the chart, but 1974. Period. Quite crazy. So that monthly oversold chart is going to catch a bid. And really, it was the GFC, that's when we saw Pepsi this oversold. But I do like that trade. I like it. I'm looking for an entry as well. I am looking for an entry. I'm looking for a backtest of this 129 zone again. If we can get one more dip down on PEP, I would be definitely considering it for a longer term hold as well. But PEP should head back to the high of this channel over probably the next 12 to 24 months, so call it 160. Definitely. Let's look at PayPal here. PayPal backtesting some support, currently below the 20-day. A little bit vulnerable if it doesn't start to move up here. Let's look at GME. GME trying to hold inside bar consolidation. AISP. This ticker I think is staging a bit of a consolidation, potential for a breakout. High risk name ASP. Let's look at SMR again. That's coming in. Uranium again. That's starting to come in a little bit. Let's look at Chipotle Mexican Grill. Really nothing to do there. Let's look at ACN. Nothing to do there. Uber, how's Uber doing? A little bit vulnerable chart on Uber. About to get a bearish cross. This looks like a short setup. Yeah, Uber looks like a short setup, guys. Potential head and shoulders on the daily. This is like watching paint dry on this market. Wow. All right, so SPY looking a little bit heavier here. Humana, nice move on Humana today. HUM. That's a solid breakout candle on Humana. Wow, nice move. Nice move on Humana. Yeah, this one's definitely going to go into that gap. It's already tested it. But Humana looks ready to retest this high pivot zone, this trend line around 265. Very strong chart today. Really tight intraday consolidation. Very nice bull flag structure on ticker HUM. Alright, is there any final tickers you guys want me to take a peek at before I tune you into another broadcast? I am going to grab my lunch, take a bit of a break, and as always, we will be back for Power Hour. So we have a lot of stuff to discuss during Power Hour, which will be live at 3 p.m. Face is pretty much to the lows of the session, guys. End face is going back to the lows of the session.
We'll see how it unfolds.
Yeah, I cut the few thoughts. We're back under the VWAP. I'm just like I said, we're back in that zone. I thought we could have got a push there.
So through the wires with Walter Bloomberg, Chancellor Merz, I'm assuming that's an Israeli, tells broadcaster ZDF, if Iran does not back down, complete destruction of Iranian nuclear program is on the agenda, which Israel cannot achieve alone. So that means the U.S. and allies. Interesting.
This is Germany Chancellor.
Germany Chancellor Merz.
Merz, yes.
Okay, there you go. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I will open a SPY 600 put.
Yeah, everything's looking bearish now. That whole move high got faded. Looking at the Qs back up under the VWAP with a bearish close. Let me see what my MACD is looking like. Chart was looking at the hard side. MACD MACD is pointing down, still green though. 15-minute MACD. So right there at that, and this is Qs, of course, right there at that June 13th high a day, still holding that area. For SPY, you should be under that area, way under it. Hope you locked in your profits with Reddit. Reddit had a really, really, really big pullback. Might be another opportunity there, though. See where it can find support. So this right here benefits ticker XBI. The FDA just introduced the Commissioner's National Priority Voucher, or CNPV program, giving select drug makers a way to cut review time from 10 to 12 months down to just 1 to 2
I
months.
just posted that, Kev.
Yeah. Oh, you did? Did you talk about it? Because I didn't hear you.
No. I just read it 2 seconds before you started reading it. So like, keep going. This is important. Keep going.
Okay, yeah, it says the fast track option is only for companies aligned with the U.S. National health and security interests. So, I mean, that's the rest of it. So I put it up top in case
for
anybody.
Small biotech that are passing drugs in rare disease companies that are obviously located inside the U.S. So, yeah, I think it's pretty bullish for some of the stuff that I'm looking at. Awesome stuff, Kev. Thanks.
So going back with what my earlier comment pre-market, like I don't think the market wants to get up out of this range, that overnight trading range that we saw, and I'm talking Qs primarily, but the general market as a whole, in general, there's that overnight range. I mean, you kind of tap the top of it, but now you're right back in the middle of it. So to me, there's really no trades there. I mean, there's some 2 or 3 point scalps there, but I mean, if that's what you want to do, I thought we could have had a push. I tested water a little bit to no avail. So yeah, we're back in that trading range. We're back in that trading range where it's a no-fly zone, in my opinion. Look for something else.
Okay, UK Prime Minister just said that I have no doubt that Trump will stay out of the Israel-Iran conflict.
So looking at the VIX is starting to pull back slightly, getting a little pump on the market. IWM look like it's trying to pump. The Dow is trying to pump. Apple look like it's trying to pump a little bit. Tesla's getting a little small bit of a bounce. Microsoft look like it's breaking high a day and pushing to the upside. Meta looks like it's caught in a triangle pattern. Google looks more bullish than pretty much anything else of the mags. NVIDIA is trying to push still, butted up against 145, trying to push through it. Amazon finally found its footing and is trying to get a bit of a bounce. Micron, after pulling back, is finding its footing. Gold got a bit of a bounce. It's finally green. GLD. Defense is starting to pull back a little bit. Bitcoin under 105.
These Sprouts contracts are up $45 a contract, or 5%, just over 5%.
Shit, after I locked in them profits on the $57 calls, BITX, I should have went on and turn around and grab puts as soon as I close them hoes out. That big ass pullback.
Big Kev, I just posted a tweet about AIP and NVDA probably partnership. And I just also saw a call for AIP 12.5 for July 18. So maybe that's an interesting ticker.
You said AIP?
Yes.
Artists. Oh yeah, it's a nice push on the news. Oh, and that volume started to increase. Man, I want to get in. I can't say that I know nothing about this. Inverse head and shoulder on the daily.
Yeah, so they are working in the interconnect, so the optical cables.
You guys need to stop tagging me in this bullshit about who has who blocked. I don't care, bro. Stop tagging me, please. All right, Sprouts is looking pretty good today. SFN up 1.71%.
So
Not
look at TNGX. So remember I was talking about this last week. It pushed up to 509 and had a pullback. Pullback held the daily MAs, looking like it's ready for its next leg up. TNGX.
Oh boy, you guys in the audience are funny. You really are.
Oh, what they telling jokes down there? We got Chris Tucker, Chris Rock,
Yeah, D
Kevin
Lee.
Hart.
Yeah, this D Lee guy. I just told him I don't care about who's blocking him, and then he doubled down and still tagged me again. I can't. I can't with y'all.
Yeah, I don't know any D Lees. There ain't been a D Lee that ever came up and spoke.
Mm.
I think he's meaning Dilly. She was in here before I got on.
Nah, I doubt it's Dilly. Dilly that wouldn't spam the. Yeah, she would do
Yeah, I don't think. I don't think it's Dilly. But anyway, Amazon on a 15-minute is hitting a NFP low of 216.50. It's currently over it right now. Above that, I have the previous day high at 217.06.
Yeah, there's two pieces of good news out of Europe just in the last half hour, and just one just now that Starmer said he has no doubt that Trump will stay out of the Israel-Iran conflict. And then the piece of news that came before that was the German prime minister said that they have a deal with the U.S. ready to be signed.
Is that on tariffs?
Yes.
Mm.
German Chancellor Merz just told broadcaster ARD expect a trade deal with the U.S. in tariff dispute before the summer is over. Okay, that's not as good news, but it's hopeful. And it's coming from them, not from us, because we're a shit show. But I think the prime minister making that comment is maybe the macro reason why we're seeing a spike now.
Yeah, everything seems to be getting a nice little bounce here. These Lockheed Martin 510 calls are up 20% or $75 a con. Oh yeah, Google is getting a nice push right now. I'm getting a buy signal on a 10-minute for Google. Over 177 right now. Yeah, and NVIDIA have 145.10. NVIDIA has to get over 145.10 for any continuation. What is that? Tesla just fell below that level I was calling out earlier. 322.62. It's at 322 right now. Tesla. The hell was that? Yeah. SPY can't get over my level. I'm not touching this thing. Palantir. To this. You could trim your Lockheed Martin calls here if you want. They're up 27% or $105 a con.
I don't trade the space, but it's like someone just posted FDA to issue new vouchers to drug developers to shorten review time.
Yeah, it's posted up top already.
Okay.
Yeah, you probably didn't hear. I went over it just now.
Nope, I just did that thing that, yeah, okay.
No worries.
Dell, ticker DELL, has been coiling around its 200-day moving average since the last monthly options expiration. It looks like it's breaking out today.
Tesla 321.15 right now. My next target is 319 to the downside. And then what else do I have below that? 315.31.
And Bitcoin is getting torched.
Yeah, Google's on fire.
Yep.
Microsoft looks like it's right on its heels as far as bullishness. Getting a bit of a pullback here though. Meta looks like it's trying to join that bullish party. Getting a bit of a pullback though. So looks like Apple and Meta kind of look similar to me. Google's in the lead. Microsoft is second, and Tesla's headed to the basement.
Yes. Basement.
Why was I not looking at these? I should have been in Tesla puts. H pattern playing out.
I'm still in those Tesla 250s for, what is this? 718. They're up 15% right now. if it's time to get this LNG. I think I'm gonna grab some LNG calls.
Yeah, Tesla puts a print here. I see an H pattern forming on the 15. On the 15, those 317.5s might print here on the bottom.
Yeah, that accent is hilarious. All right, 320. Yo, this thing is come to the basement, bro. Tesla SPY 601.
I mean, Apple, Meta, and Microsoft look like they want to push higher. Google's getting a pullback off of 177.3. NVIDIA still stuck in that triangle pattern. IWM pulling back a bit. Dow's pulling back a bit. SPY, Q's all pulling back. Yeah, man, it's still essentially with the general market is in a big chop range.
Right. Those Sprouts contract are up $100 a con, or 12%. Tesla just dipped under 320. Let's see exactly this. Uh, 319.65 and bounced.
Talking about Tesla.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tesla looks like it still could go a little lower.
Yeah. I have 319.32 and then 315.31.
I'm looking for 316.78.
On Tesla?
Yeah, on Tesla. Yeah, I thought that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
We look at this SPY again, bro. 600.60.
Yeah, so like with Tesla, the level and I'm talking about an hourly level, right? So I'm looking at the hourly time frame. Like, I want to see it lose this, like, kind of where it's at right now. This is support. So I got 320.34. That lost the next level down is 316.78.
That's not far from the 315.31 I have. So 319.32 first though. Come on. Nope. Just like that, it just bounced. Seesaw.
USVP Vance says Trump may take further actions against Iranian nuclear program.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting indeed. So you got the VIX back over 20, getting a pretty decent push. You got SPY Q, SPX pulling back, Dow pulling back. You got Apple starting to pull back slightly. Microsoft still looks strong. Meta still looks strong. Google's pulling back, and Nvidia's pulling back. Amazon looks middling.
You said VIX over 20, Kev?
I said VIX over 20.
Excellent.
You know Jeffrey's back.
All right, Tesla is approaching my level 319.32.
Isn't it refreshing having Jeffrey back, you all? So you don't have to just listen to me.
Yeah, yes,
Have to
sir.
deal with my bullshit. Come on, Tesla. Oh, let's go. Come on, Tesla. Take that.
He's our hype guy, man. Everybody needs
Yeah,
a
he's the
hype
hype
guy.
man. Straight up.
Yeah, he is.
Come on, Tesla. Go down to that. Go down to that. Put my 317 and a half in the money. Let's go.
This thing, Tesla is such a bitch right now. Look at this. It came back down there and bounced again. This
Tesla looks beautiful, man. I don't know. I'm just looking at it on the hourly time frame. It looks ripe to go down and at least to use Bones' terminology,
linoleum.
to kiss my level. Yeah, it's going to linoleum, bro.
Yes.
Or it's already in linoleum. We're trying to see if you can go to the base.
Okay, cool. Copy. Come on, bro. Dump it. One, two, three.
You don't need the general market when you have Tesla.
Yeah, you just play this all day. Chop days, just play Tesla, bro. You'll be okay. Oh, I'm getting a sell signal on QQQ right now. Look at this dump. 532.
Yeah, I'm too busy looking at this Tesla dump. I do apologize.
Same dump.
Oh yeah, Tesla ran through my level, 319 now. Boom. Let's go. Under 319. Oh wait, today is
Boom, let's
Tuesday.
fucking go. Fuck I'm talking about.
Let's go. Pay me, baby. Today's Taco Tuesday.
Tesla Tuesday.
Just don't already.
Come on, Tesla, just a little bit lower so I can take my profits.
What is this thing? Why is this thing playing on me, bro?
Bitcoin 104,385.
Whoa, it fell under 105? Okay.
Yeah, I made reference to that earlier. Then I talked about how I could have just faded the BitX, BITX 57 calls once I closed them.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yep. I remember you saying that. Under the 600, I have 598.62 on SPY. Hmm. All right, Tesla, come on. Just fighting down here again. It's fighting at my level, 319.32. Come on. Just sell off. Give me that dump. You know what's doing good today as well? Domino's Pizza, DPZ. Up 1.67% today. And look at that chart. 1 hour is a beautiful W. 4 hour candle showing more upside.
Tesla round 2 of the dump. Let's go.
Round 2. Let's see. All right. 3. Come on.
So I'm setting the sell limit on these Damn, I just got filled up 20%. So I left one runner. So got filled as soon as I said it. It's crazy.
It's like, don't worry, we got you, man. We'll just sell this for you. Don't worry.
Yeah, like I said, I got that level for Tesla at 1678. So
You're
getting
breaking
free.
up, bro. Can't hear you. Breaking in and out. I can't hear you.
I'm breaking up still.
No, I could hear you now.
Okay, now what I was saying was like Tesla, I got that Tesla level to reach 16.8. I want to see if we can get down there. That's where I'm supposed to run around at.
Well, obviously, get to your level before it gets to mine. Below that, I have 315.31. And then below that, I have 310. 310.91. Hold on, let me check that level. 310.91 level.
Just jumping back onto things here, we are seeing a nice breakdown in Tesla. I am looking to take a stab on the long side of TSLA. Bit of a day trade opportunity is
Dell just
setting up here
posted a
on
new high
Tesla.
today, 117.44. I think this has got acne.
I am just going in with common shares. I repeat, I'm just going to go in with some
You
commons.
said you think it has acne? Oh, drop it,
It's
Tesla.
breaking
Low,
out.
Tesla. Tesla, drop it.
It's 317.66 level. I'm about to take a stab on the long side. Alright guys, I'm long. TSLA 317.62, 317.62. Nice little bounce occurring on TSLA. Pretty good bounce. Come on, I'm looking for $1. Maybe a little less. Come on. Keep bouncing, Tesla. Again, the 317.62 level. Looking for $1 profit. It's coming up into target, 12 cents away. All right, there's target one. I am half of my shares are all out. Half of my shares are all out on Tesla. I'm going to move stop loss to break even. Nice little scalp there on Tesla long. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now Tesla could potentially retrace. There's this trend line that I'm watching. sit and see if you're long. They hit profit target 1 a full dollar on that name, and it is bouncing some more. $3.19, I'll be all out of Tesla. If we hit $3.19, I'll be all out of Tesla, but I have a break-even stop. So a nice little scalp there, quick in and out. Half the profits are secured, break-even stop on the remaining. Tesla's coming back down to that entry zone. I only want it if we make a new low on Tesla. I will stop out here if it hits my stop loss. It's a hard stop at 317.62. I repeat, it's a hard stop. I'll only consider taking Tesla long again if we pierce the 317 level. Still holding for now. Tesla did stop me out there at the rest break even. So nice little gain there. I would rebuy Tesla if it swept this low. So new position on Tesla will be around 317 Pierce. That was a good little scalp long for TSLA. They did defend a little bit of a lower high potential. Nice little bounce, don't know that occurred there. $319 target is on tap. There it is. There it is. All right, guys, I'll go back quiet. I just saw that little opportunity, wanted to enter there. SPY still holding above that hourly chart. Remember where SPY, we discussed that hourly chart impulse candle. It's still holding that low. Still holding that low. That's a positive sign for the time being.
But do you think Bitcoin bounces here? Goes back up to what, like 106, 107, 108?
No, I don't think it gets.
I still think it has a date with 110, 110, 111.
I have 106, 161. That's kind of weird. I've had this line here for a while. Where did that come from? Oh, that's a pretty big level right there, 106.61. 106.161. Okay.
Yeah, Apple caught that bid. Meta caught
Yeah,
that bid as well.
SPY back over 601 as well. Tesla back over 319. Yeah, this market.
NVIDIA finally looks like it's about to make a move. It's NVIDIA showing me any sign of life. Plus that triangle pattern getting tighter, so NVIDIA better make a move. That push on Bitcoin so far is getting rejected. Tankers still look okay. Defense is still looking okay.
Tesla's tried getting back over that level of 319.32 and it got rejected. It's getting rejected right now. So we'll see if it gets back over that level. If it gets back over that level to the upside, it's 322.62.
NVDA has an H pattern intraday breaking down.
I see a GE flow for July 11 to 65 GE.
GE's 15 chart actually looks real productive. Like the daily, but the weekly looks better than the daily. appears those July 260s and 270s are loaded with open interest.
All right, Tesla just got over that level. Yeah, pretty nice push.
Yeah, Tesla might come back up and retest that breakdown level that I talked about earlier, that 320.35.
The GE July 11th 265 calls, they're hitting the ask.
Grab some Honeywell 240 calls for August.
That's nice. I seen Honeywell had news yesterday. I grabbed Tesla 300 puts for next week.
Be right back. I'm gonna grab some more coffee.
That's funny. That's exactly what I just meant. So Trump on I guess his social media page says we now have complete control of the skies over Iran. Complete total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defense equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to the American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. And the flames. Yeah, Bitcoin doesn't look too promising to the upside. Each pattern playing out on Bitcoin look like it wants to take out that low of 104, one and a half. The max ticker MHS getting a bit of a pullback. Looking at the VIX, the VIX is back over 20. Looks like it's trying to hold 20. SPX, IQs all pulling back. Tesla looks like it's going to try to make a run at the low. IWM pulling back as well. So is the Dow. Apple having to push up to 198.40. Excuse me, is pulling back. Meta pulling back. Microsoft pulling back. It still looks kind of strong comparatively at the top part of that triangle pattern. It's still getting thin, so NVIDIA looks like it's really ready to break one way or the other. My bank is to the upside. I have the 150 for NVIDIA. NVIDIA is getting or Amazon's getting a bit of a pullback along with Google. So Wall Street Engine is reporting on a startup called Applied Intuition. And they're building AI software for autonomous vehicles, drones, and defense tech. This raised 600 million at a 15 billion valuation, up to 6 billion last year. It works with 18 major automakers like Volkswagen, Toyota with an IPO on the horizon.
just die with, trying to do as much damage as possible. So there is no settlement. There's nothing else. It's just a matter of, just getting rid of everyone in the regime. So that's where the risk is. I just see some, posts about Israel has, detected launch of ballistic missiles. But I mean, realistically, in terms of scale, right, they're launching 3 or 4 at a time, not 300, 400, 500 that they were capable of this time last week. So we're talking a very different situation here. I think the market is fretting something that doesn't exist. It's a different problem. It's not the problem the market is fretting. It's a problem that is going to come after this, which is what happens to Iran afterwards.
Very interesting, Mantip. Thank you.
Hey Kev, while we're talking, trade here, what are your thoughts on Arista ANET? I think it's bouncing here. I like it on the 15-minute, and the hour looks pretty like it wants to move back up, or it stopped the downfall. It is an AI trade. NVIDIA looks strong, Google looks strong, Meta looks strong. So I think the downside is overdone on Arista. What do you think?
I mean, you're talking short term, long terms. I mean, the 15, yeah, it
Short,
looks like,
short term, short term.
okay, the 15
Just a
definitely looks
trade.
like it wants to bounce. The 15 looks like on the 15, it looks like it wants to bounce and go test the VWAP at 92 mid. The hourly is similar, but I mean, you got a red MACD I got a red MACD on the 1530, the hourly. Like, I wouldn't trust it to the upside, with my MACD red on all 3 time frames that I would look at, like the 1530 and the hourly, and they don't even look like they're pointing to the upside. So to me, it's a fade it to the downside or don't trade it. Fade it or don't trade it. That's my new phrase right there. Fade it or don't trade it. I look at the weekly. The weekly is butted up against the moving averages, and it's looking weak. The daily looks like it's getting faded on the 5, the 5, 10, and the 21. So it's just technically it's a bearish setup. I mean, but you say that there's news, of course, that trumps everything. But short term, I don't like it short term to the upside, unless of course I knew that there was some news that was going to send this. Technically, this is a fade or a no touch for me.
Yeah, no, there's no news that I'm aware of, and I track this pretty closely. So it's purely, the industry is doing well. I think it bounces. But anyway, it makes more sense. You guys are the technical guys here, so that's just a question. That's all.
I mean, let me look at it a little longer. That's just a quick, perusal of it. I'm not really doing anything else. Give me some time to look at it. Okay. So now that I'm zoomed out, drew a couple trend lines. Yeah, definitely could bounce right here So trend line, bouncing off trend line support on June 4th high. So if it's to stay in this channel, but I mean, it could break lower than this. As long as it holds above 91, it's dicey once if you lose 91. That's what I got for you. It could definitely bounce here. It could be a pretty good bounce, but it loses 91. It's probably good night,
All right.
Irene.
I'm gonna take a deeper look into the earnings, and there've been a bunch of upgrades recently, but there's also some questions after NVIDIA reported they took some market share in parts of the business, but Arista gained in other parts. So I'm going to take a deeper look and get back on this. Thanks for your comments.
Anytime, unless I'm busy.
Yeah, just looking on it, I think I have 90.55 and then 87.55 for a net to the downside.
I mean, it's to me, it's right here at a level where either it bounces or it just is all the way faded.
Yeah.
It would need to clear and hold like 93, 92, 92 mid. So looking at Qs, end up having a pretty good close above that June 5th high a day level that I talked about, which was that overnight high, pre-market high resistance. So let's see if we can get some follow through, see if we can build from here. Next resistance up for Qs, I want to see is 534 mid. See if we can trend up to there. Oh wow, Datadog, real nice move on the day. The other day, I totally botched this. DDOG, nice move.
Oh yeah, that is a nice move. DDOG 2.26%. See where this thing's going.
Yeah, no telling where it's going. This looks like it's I don't know. I need to rechart this.
It's at a level right now, 124.86. Over that, I have 127. And then 134. Yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah, I'm looking differently. I'm looking at 131. I got 131 then 134. So I don't even see the 127 level. Where's that? Okay, I see 128, 128.8, then 128.8, then 130, 125. That's what I got. Then 134, 134, 134.80.
Hold on.
I'm doing weekly. I'm doing weekly levels.
Okay.
Weekly resistances.
I called out JBL yesterday for earnings. It's up 12% today.
Nice, good call.
Yeah, I
It's
seen
an
they had.
incredible earning.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did really well.
Yeah, the guidance is really good too. So it's really, really solid.
It looks like Bitcoin started to coil around 104,500.
Oh, see, hey Jeffrey, that OSCR flow that you posted is it's kicking in now. OSCR is called a little bit of a bid. First time going back and looking at it since earlier. Bull bear, here's one you pointed out. CRSP, CRISPR Therapeutics. Had a gap up today. Gapped up and pushed up to about 45 mid and rejected their pullback. Now it's starting to look like it's trying to found its foot and it's trying to recatch a bid.
Yeah, that's a nice looking chart. Have support at 43.09. Yeah, this could get back. It could get over VWAP. It could get back to, what is this higher day? 45.60.
45.60. Yeah. Yeah. 45.77 is a weekly high from January. So it can clear 45.77. And man, it could go fill this weekly gap up to what is that, 47 mid. Yeah.
I have yep, 40 on the weekly. I have, what is this, 45.
Bitcoin breaking down again.
I mean, Tesla should be dumping again too. Have 47.99, which is 48. Then I have 50.67, and this is on the weekly. And then I have 55.
Yep, 55.
Yep. Oh yeah, BTC. Let me see what Tesla is doing.
Shit, if Bitcoin is getting faded, that means coin must be a fade. Oh, coin is getting faded. Wow. Damn. Damn, I should have been looking at coin. Coin down 3% on the day. That was the play. Coin and test to the downside.
Yeah, I just noticed that we we have, as far as the Generac play, GNRC, um, I added to my cons for September the 130s and 140s. I noticed that there's quite a bit of flooding across several states, so I think this morning was a buying opportunity on Generac. I don't think it comes back down to 120 anytime soon, um, especially if it gets over 128. I can't remember who brought up this ticker TTAN, Service Titan. Um, she looks good right here, actually. $108.16 and then $113.50.
Damn, shout out Butters, Core Weave, Ripper Magoo, 52-week high. I see you.
The Butters special.
And I'm not gonna say that's a Butters special. That's just Butters just pointed that to my attention. He said Core Weave is ripping. I went and looked at it, 52-week high.
Oh, Bitcoin look like it wants to dip under 104. It's Tesla.
Has there been a stock more hotter than Core Weave recently?
No, I don't think so, actually. PGR.
Core Weave, are they in breakout mode or is this faded?
No, this one is a difficult one for me. I'm not gonna touch CoreWeave.
I mean, MACD and RSI, they are bullish, yeah, in 4-hour charts.
Yeah.
Or in hourly chart, I mean.
I am not stepping in front of this train right now. I'm gonna let that one do its thing.
Trump just called for unconditional surrender of Iran.
Unconditional?
Yeah, well, that's what he posted. That's it. Just 2 words: unconditional surrender.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? Just
No fucking clue. Who do they surrender to?
I can't. I don't know.
That's classic Trump. Israel's going to fight that whole freaking war, and then he's going to say Iran has to surrender to him.
Google. Google is looking really good here. Over 177.15, 177.60 on Google. And she could get some serious legs.
S&P minis are going to mess around and start looking at highs of the day soon.
180. Sprouts. Check on this top off. Oh, Big Kev. Look at the top dog, baby. MODG. About to retest higher day again. Well, no, it's had higher day right now. 843. Yes, sir. Need this to get over 846.
Also, Trump said that they know the place that Supreme Leader is already hiding, and that is an easy target. But he's safe for now. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now.
Well, does Netanyahu know that?
Trump said that.
Yeah, I know, but okay, I was just making a joke of it. But
Yeah,
it's not
sure.
like Netanyahu is listening,
Yeah,
right? He's
sure.
just going to do whatever he does.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure Bibi don't care what Trump said. It looks like Dell found some Clearasil because that breakout's failing.
Trade God, or wait, what's his name? Hold on. Yeah, Trade God posted in the purple pill. DraftKings. DraftKings is up 1.75% today. Looks really good on the chart. Good catch, Trader God. You could come up here and talk anytime I'm up here, bro. You've done your charts are pretty dope. And you have some pretty good call outs. So kudos to you.
Bitcoin catching a very nice bounce.
Those Lockheed Martin 510 calls are up 36%. Actually, never mind. 45%. Sorry. From 385 to 560 on Lockheed Martin. For 718, you could trim or you could hold, up to you.
Look at Valero. Valero still catching that bid. Clearing 142. Come on. Keep your eye on Odyssey, OMEX. Still been holding since under $1. Let's go. So far it's holding over $1, been holding over $1.
Big Kev, you're playing tankers. Did you see Scorpio Tankers, ticker STNG?
Yeah, that's one of the ones I told people to keep an eye on that. Also, INSW, TNK. Yeah, I seen them all. I made reference to those earlier as well when I said tankers are catching a bid.
That's actually a weird one. Qatar just asked all their, tankers to wait outside Strait of Hormuz till they're given, permission to move to load. So I think it's going to delay them a lot. Maybe because the prices, I mean, the rates are going up. Yeah, certainly I get that. But I think it's a mixed time right now. So probably, hey, Jeffrey, you might know the answer. Is Scorpio one playing much of U.S. natural gas exports, or are they more involved in Qatar exports? I don't think he's listening. I'll go take a look and get back.
Oh wow, Tesla got rejected up here.
Yes, sir.
So it's just gonna trade in between these two levels, 322.62 and 319.32. I'm gonna just sit in these puts and let it do its thing. Yeah, Tesla is dumping right now. 319.70.
Monty, are you still there? Yo, you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know if you mentioned this, but the U.S. military is moving fighter jets to the Middle East, extending deployments of warplanes, bolster defense amid Israeli-Iran conflict that was kind of just recent. And then Trump came out and said, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He's an easy target. It's safe, but it's safe there. We are not going to take him out or kill him, at least not for now." And then it says later, "We don't want missiles shot at civilians, American soldiers. Our patience are wearing thin." So, I don't know. I think we're gonna see this escalate.
Yeah, it looks like it. Mana TV asked you something, but I guess you stepped away for a little bit. He's checking on something. Um,
And then Supreme Court is asked to hear challenges to Trump's global tariffs. That came across the wire.
mm,
Yeah,
And then whoever, I think it was Invest, he talked about the German Chancellor Merz, that said that U.S. will not be involved. Now it just came out, it says the U.S. to decide whether to join the Iran conflict. National security team to meet at 1 p.m. Axios.
mm.
So I think they're stepping in.
Well, I
yeah.
mean, I don't understand. Like Big Kev said yesterday, I mean, strikes okay, but to join a war, you need Congress to approve that. So,
I mean,
um,
you only need Congress if you're going to like send boots on the ground, if you're going to like deploy, the army or the Marines, and that's definitely not happening. You don't need approval to have a limited air campaign uh, over Iran.
but what do you consider limited? Because it,
Yeah,
it
but that
takes money.
and,
It takes money to do all of that. So, what do you consider
I mean,
limited?
pretty much.
and also hold on before you continue. You really just echoed what Bull Bear just said. He just said that all they can do is strikes, and you just say, well, they can do limited strikes. We understand this, but at the same time, without the power of the purse, just like Bull Bear was alluding to, you can only do like what is the scope of limited, because all of this shit costs money. It's costing hundreds of millions of dollars for these strikes every single time we do them. You
Yeah,
can
I mean,
continue.
But they can also take the gloves off of Israel, right? Maybe Israel's being contained by the U.S. and then and then the U.S. says, okay, we're going to be with you. We'll help you with incoming missiles from our uh, aircraft carriers, and we'll control the skies, kind of,
we're already doing
and
that
then
for sure. We're doing that. Yeah.
correct. But they could say take the gloves off, and Israel can, intensify their attacks. That'd be my guess. We don't need boots on the ground.
No, for the only reason Israel needs our help is to make this go quicker, right? So Trump is incentivized to jump in to help, so they can get all the nuclear sites, all the missile research sites, destroy all the military targets they want, and do it quickly and move on, so that he can get on to other things that he wants to focus on, not wars that make oil go up and everything else. So, and one of the things that Israel really needs us for is the really deep nuclear site. I can't remember the name. Fordow, I think it's called Fordow, which requires only a bunker buster that
A bunker
yeah,
buster
that
that
we
that they
can.
don't have, supposedly, that we provide.
Well,
Correct.
they have bunker busters. They just
Just
don't
real
have the
quick,
30
real quick,
the
just
30,000
just
pound
just
one.
real quick. So here's the thing. I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys cook, right? Because it's interesting. It's pertinent. It's going on right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys have the floor. You go ahead and go ahead and macro out. I'm not really tripping on that, but as soon as guys are calling tickers and stock plays, I'm gonna need you guys to be quiet so we can get these calls out there.
Of course, like as always. No, I agree with you, Ian. So that's all.
And you know, I think so. Part of I think the calculus that Trump has right now is that Trump is extremely concerned about any U.S. casualties, right? Like, so even whether and not just like being, you know, a plane being shot down, but Iran using their short range ballistic missiles, which they can't reach Israel, but they could reach potentially bases in Iraq and stuff that are right next to Iran. And so he's dangling in, you know, these threats, like we know where Khomeini is. We still want to make a deal. You know, all this stuff, so that if he decides to strike, which I think there's an 80% chance he does, that there is a incentive for Iran to withhold or to restrain themselves from responding as strongly as Trump fears they could. You know, because I think he wants to be able to go in there, strike them hard, and then make a deal or whatever. Which, you know, who knows.
For your information, Reza Pahlavi, the son of the Shah, will have a speech to the Iranian nation in 30 minutes. That's 9 p.m. Iranian local time.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a good chance it happens tonight, and if not tonight, tomorrow night. But I think there's probably like an 80% chance that they go, and the United States is there to just make it quick and over with, and especially to use the I think it's a GUB or GBU like 57 or something like that. It's like 30,000 pounds, and only our B2s can carry it. And you know, otherwise it would take months for Israel to probably do what if we help them out could be done in a couple of days.
I don't think that it's the son of the Shah is giving a speech is going to go over real well because the Shah really wasn't very popular.
Yeah, but neither are the mullahs.
That's correct.
I said this, yes, I said this a little bit earlier, guys. We're not the regime might fall, but we're not going to go back to the Shah in, you know, this week. That's going to take years, right? There's going to be internal strife. So all we are doing here is taking out the current regime head and
Hey guys,
the people.
real quick, guys. Tesla 318.60. Tesla is it's coming down again. Qs is starting to dip as well. My level on Qs is 530.50. 530.55.
Also on SPY, there
Yeah,
are
Q's is
also
actually getting a real big pullback, an even bigger pullback than the SPY is. I went ahead and closed my NVDA calls, waiting for a reposition. I don't know how far this sell-off, the extent of this sell-off is. So go ahead and relook at it. Q's broken down that trend line support area that I said I want to see it retest. It's kind of breaking that down currently.
SPY also breaking
Bitcoin
down.
new
Yeah,
lows of the day under 103.70, 103.700.
Oh yes, Pi under 600. Oh, it's fighting right here right
So
now.
I just
590.
also saw a news that Trump considers a strike on Iran ahead of crucial White House Situation Room meeting at 1 p.m.
Again. Lockheed Martin, 510 calls for July 18th. They're up 50%.
These markets are getting very interesting here. We are seeing SPY dipping below its prior day low, so a lot of weakness is hitting the tape here. Things are certainly getting a little bit more interesting. So let's see if we can set up a potential trade here. So we're going to transition and jump back on here because SPY is trying to break down to the downside. I do have a long level on SPY. Let me remove this Oklo. We're still seeing crude oil performing quite nicely. We banked a whole host of profits on Valero, XOM calls. Valero calls absolutely printed. They were money. We locked in profits on XOM, XLE today. So a nice little energy trade from last week. But we are starting to see a bit of profit taking hitting the tape. SPY is starting to come down. So my long level on SPY, I'm actually going to go to the hourly chart on SPY here. And we are breaking key technical levels. Micron looks to be putting in a potential topping tail. Good to see on that front. Tesla breaking down, looking like it wants to go to low of day. Let's look at the semiconductors, because you can see semiconductors have now gone negative itself. They were also very strong in the morning. So we are potentially seeing a little bit of people moving defensively ahead of the Fed. So we'll keep SPY on. I'm going to go to the 15-minute chart of SPY. If we lose this pivot low around piercing the 600, we could head to the gap. One thing we'll maintain, this key trend line here, as well as this trend line over here. You can see SPY's testing this key trend line right now as we speak. So there is some support, but I'm not buying the support. And you can see SPY never truly broke out on the hourly chart out of this parallel channel. We tried off that impulse and we're getting sold into. So there's a bit of aggressive long trade if we pierce and make a new low here around 590, 598.90. It is an aggressive trade on SPY. Look at SPX, guys. SPX is actually making new lows. So what are the chances SPY is going to take out its little low pivot? Whoops. Come on, keep going. Keep going, SPY. Keep falling. I want to see SPY sweep this low pivot liquidity. I am interested in a long trade, guys. I am interested in a long trade. I want to see that liquidity swept on SPY. NVDA should take out its little low. Looking at Microsoft. SPY is starting to come down. Again, I'm looking at potentially getting into some call options. And the calls that I'm looking at, just give me 1 second. All right, SPY getting a bounce. SPY is getting a bounce. Never truly hit my long level. NVIDIA bouncing on the charts. All right, that's a pretty decent bounce on SPY. Never really ever got filled. Can see SPY's heading right back to that prior day high. That's an aggressive short zone, but I'm not going to take it. I thought we may have had a nice little flush there, potential trade, but no execution there for me. Gold's still down by about 0.5%, silver up by about 1.8, crude oil up by about 3%, copper down by about 0.5%, natural gas up about 1.89. So there's the prior day low rejection on SPY. Prior day low rejection on SPY is being observed. Microsoft still holding steady. It hasn't truly broken down, but looking a little bit weak on the 5-minute chart, like it will take another flush. NVDA looking a little weak on the 15-minute chart. We are seeing a bit of distribution hitting the tape yet again. Back under prior day low is bearish on SPY. Again, we could have a flush into the sub 598. Could be a quick sharp move. Names like Micron are seeing some distribution. We're still seeing SPY just chopping at that prior day low. If you want to take an aggressive short, this is the spot. I'm not doing it because I'm seeing Microsoft and NVIDIA trying to firm up here. But it is an aggressive zone for a short.
Gold looks strong though.
I just want to,
and
yeah,
oil.
I just want to say that I kind of disagree with what some of the points Jan and Monitive said about the conflict, but I think we can discuss it maybe after hours.
Yeah, let's do that after trading.
It's slow. You can discuss it now.
Oh, this is a big
Just,
thing.
just
Be careful.
well, the thing is, look, well, it's been a choppy market. What has the market done, Jeffrey? Like I said, the pre-market is going to be choppy. The market hasn't broke above or below the range that I called out in the morning. You know, like there's tradable moves within that.
I don't know. I don't have my charts in front of me. I got like one screen.
Okay, but this is what I said whenever I told you can have the macro moment to go ahead and, you know,
Yeah.
macro out or whatever
Okay.
you want to call
Okay.
it. Go ahead and have the conversation.
Oh, good. So I just say, so I mean, maybe some of you know, so I am Iranian, yeah. I'm based in Germany, so I just say some words as I know the country probably more. One thing about the supreme leader is kind of maybe few months or year that he's kind of out of the power. Okay, so it's kind of a symbol here. So if you're taking down the supreme leader, it's not a big deal, you know? It's not a big deal. So Iran is now is kind of a consulting, you know, people, you know, powering, you know, the government, you know. So the supreme leader is kind of a symbol here. That's one point that I wanted to mention. The second point is that definitely Iranian people are really angry from the government, from the regime, and as probably you saw some clips that they were really happy when when they heard like some of the IRGC commanders were killed by Israelis. So that's another point. But one thing that Iranians mostly against is about some foreign countries attack them, no matter if they are against regime or if they are with the regime. Yeah. So that's one point, and if you go back to like the 8-year war with Iraq, and if you look back, all the Western countries were supporting Iraq, and that war took like 8 years. So the war could be finished in like 1 or 2 years, and that was the Iranian side, that they were stupid and crazy and said that, okay, we want to go to Palestine, we want to get the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and they prolonged the war against Iraq. Yeah. And that time, Iran had nothing. They had only F-14, from the agreement that Shah had with USA. I don't know how many. And nothing that much in terms of equipment. Yeah. And Iraq had much more equipment, but that war took like 8 years. Yeah. Another point that I want to say, one other point that I want to say, that there was, if you go back to 1954, I don't know, there was a government, democratic government in Iran. Yeah. So Mossadegh, and USA, it was a very famous operation, Ajax operation, you can read the story, helped Shah to bring down the government, the Mossadegh government. Yeah. And we had the Shah, and then after Shah we had like the Iranian Revolution, and all the other story that I don't want to go in. So regarding the money that he said that like in 1 week Iran will be done, I'm not so sure. So one thing that I know, that Iran definitely has missiles, but I'm pretty sure it's limited. Yeah. And if you know that your war will be prolonged, like not 5 days, it can be like months. Yeah. So you don't just throw the missiles, like 100 missiles every night. So you just try it. Okay, 10 missiles one night, 10 missiles another night, and so on and so forth. Yeah. And that's a few points that I wanted to mention. Yeah. So, but the main problem for me here, again, I mean, we are talking about if the USA comes or not, but the main problem here is that, again, Netanyahu was able to bring USA to a war that was not related to the USA. And the money that need to pay for this
is the taxpayer money, is the money that the U.S. taxpayers pays for that, I'm not sure how many U.S. citizens would like, to involve in this war. And if you go back, after what happened to the U.S. embassy, 2 years after revolution, you cannot find any point or any cases that Iranian attack any U.S. armies, because they know that, the U.S. is a big one, and they try to not confront with the U.S., That's the whole point here, So Iran always avoid to confront with the U.S. If you remember when Trump ordered to kill Soleimani, what Iran did, they just attacked the Al-Assad and just throw some missiles, somewhere in Al-Assad, and before that they also told USA that we want to just attack, Al-Assad, just be prepared for that, to just use for domestic purposes, So Iran was always put a distance between themselves and USA. So they didn't want to, at any point, confront with the USA. That's another point. So for me, that's the big problem, and I think you, as the U.S. citizen, should always ask why Netanyahu just after 2 days tries to get USA involved in this conflict.
Yeah. So okay. I want to kind of do it in order. So you were trying to make an example about how this is not going to be easy because the Iran-Iraq war, we had basically nothing, and we fought for years and still weren't. The Iraq, even though they were backed by Western powers, although I think Western powers sold weapons to both sides, that they weren't successful. And what I'm trying to suggest, though, is that it's a very different situation. Iran, or the United States and Israel, isn't attempting to go in there and occupy your country to basically take it over, and Saddam government, or Sunni, right? Obviously, the Iranians are Shiites. It's a very different kind of the deal. I think that there are probably many more Iranians who are receptive to Iran or Israel and United States setting the conditions that will allow the Iranian people to take their future in their own hands and figure out who what should be happening moving forward in terms of the government, right? So I feel it's a very different situation. In one,
Wait, so hold on a second. So, but you're saying conditional, and the president is saying unconditional. So,
no, I think it's different. So what I'm saying is setting the conditions, meaning weakening the current regime enough so the people have a chance to rise up, in which they haven't
gotcha.
really had a
No,
chance.
yeah, just one point. 2 years ago, there was kind of a revolution inside of Iran, started by people, from this hijab stuff, and Iranian government, they just shut down the internet. Okay, if you want to say that the West wanted to, help people, Iranian people, to get rid of this regime, that was the best time that the, outside powers, foreigner powers, come and help Iranian people, but they didn't do that.
So obviously you're very opposed to this, and I understand completely why that might be. So what do you think that at that time Western powers could have done that would have turned the tide, that wouldn't have involved striking Iranian military targets with bombs?
Simply just putting pressure to just release the internet, just free the internet,
You think that if Western powers told the Ayatollah to open the internet,
is not telling Ayatollah,
that
if my point is that if you want to make pressure, you could make pressure on that time, I mean, you cannot just say that now we are doing this because of the people. That's another point, you cannot just mix stuff together.
I am not saying that they want to do it just for the people. They want to get rid of the Iranian regime, which in a lot of people's minds and in a lot of Western countries' minds supports factions all over the region. That act as
But the
proxies.
problem is nuclear program, yeah. So Iran was in GCPOA, you know, and there was all the cameras from the IEA, all the cameras. They could come every time that they wanted. But Trump, what he did in the first term, he just destroyed the agreement.
So I guess
You know, my
I have
point
one
is
question.
that
I have one question for you real quick, because I don't think that this is going to go very far unless. So do you want this regime to fall and be replaced by some other form of government?
I want that people does that, not the not the foreign power.
Right. So you want the people to do it with no international help except for making sure the internet stays on. Is that right?
It's not just no. I
pressuring?
mean just if you. So one example was hijab. You know, so the freedom for the woman. Yeah, and if you now travel to Iran, you see that nobody wear hijab, and that's a soft revolution that the people in Iran are doing that. You know, there is no help of other countries. You know, the people gradually trying to freedom themselves from different rules that currently exist in the government. You know, you understand my point.
So you want
So
this
if we have
government
like 100
you want
issues, we will solve
yeah.
these
So
issues one by
I
one.
just want to be clear.
That's my point.
I just want to be clear. So you prefer a slow, steady a reformation of the current government to gradually over time give
For
people
sure,
more
yes.
freedoms and become
Because
right.
I
Okay.
cannot find any cases in the past in the history that someone some country could could take could get the freedom using the
So the French assisted us in our revolution. The French greatly gave us money, gave us weapons, and set conditions to help us in our revolution.
Yeah, Monte, go ahead.
Yeah. So let me start off with something. Invest, first of all, I would never, ever, ever presume to.
That is very true. And do you know what?
Wait.
Francis,
Texas, Monte speaking.
yeah, I know. I can just add a
Well,
word.
don't interrupt. Come in after him. Go ahead, Monte, and then Tex.
All right. So invest. I would never claim to know anywhere close to what an Iranian would know, and certainly, if I said something that gave that impression, I apologize. That was clearly wrong. The point I was making was it might be very quick to end the current leadership, but that's not going to go back and fix internal problems for a long time to come. There's probably going to be factional fights and internal strife for a while, and that we are not prepared to handle. That was the generic point I was trying to make. Anything else is just you know people that I trust, that I read, or or in research that I do, and nothing more than that. So I think that was the generic part of it, and I'll just stick to that for simplicity's sake.
Yeah. Let me just add something to this conversation real quick. We're all here to make money, but at the end of the day, people are dying, right? I don't want the conversation to swing to that part, honestly. So for me, I would rather us go back to trading. If this is a conversation you guys want to continue, we'll do it after market close, respectfully.
100%.
Damn shame you guys don't know how to act. Can't have a civilized conversation.
Bitcoin seeing a nice bounce here. Back over 104.
Yes, it's holding overnight lows so far.
It's interesting. Coinbase did not get the benefit of the run that Circle had, while Coinbase gets a lot of the revenue that Circle generates eventually, and has almost more than $1 billion worth stake in Circle right now at current price. Coin did not jump as much as it made sense given the run that Circle has had since IPO.
That's an excellent point.
Monative, is there any news on Intel? Is now pushing like
Yeah, I saw something earlier on Intel that they were laying off some factory workers. So I don't know if that's what that's about. But I saw something about them laying off factory workers earlier.
Closing 3/4 of my Valero 155 call 100%, letting the rest ride.
Let's go.
Yeah, big Kev, the profile picture, man. That's pretty funny. I just came to ask
Hey, you
anybody.
like that profile pic?
I
You like
love
that
it.
profile pic, Twig?
He's
Thank you.
pensive.
I love it too. I put a little
Actually,
effort. I put a little effort into making it, bro. Thank
I can tell. I was gonna ask about a stock called Expensify. It's not that expensive; it's profitable. And then I saw that they're sponsoring a movie for F1, Apple movie that should be possibly good from what critics are saying. So I don't have that many tech longs, so I was wondering if anybody's seen anything about this one or knows anything. And I also don't see much in terms of options with traded ticks. I guess, Amen. I don't know if you hear me, but Expensify. I wonder if you see something too. EX, what FY.
Bitcoin back over 104. Got the max pushing a little bit, down 0.6%. The VIX after hitting 2110, pulling back slightly, hanging around 20.7. SPX, SPY, Qs, all catching a bit of a bid, as well as the Russell and the Dow. Tesla bouncing off of that 317 mid area again for the second time today. Apple could have possibly double bottom bouncing from here. It's a double bottom for Apple and Tesla intraday. Let's see if that actually means something.
Hey, who was that asking about Expensify?
It was me.
Hey, so Twig, okay, I'll give you what I know and what I think. So, I mean, obviously, a cloud-based expense management company, that's primary business for them. I've been kind of keeping an eye on them as a potential buyout target, but the risk is it's going to get cheap because there are more and more signs that corporate travel has probably topped and might start pulling back. So keep an eye on that. They are dependent for most of their revenues on travel. They are trying to diversify a little bit out of that. So expense management. So I think, I mean, I'm not talking trade, okay? I'm really
Yeah.
talking,
Hmm.
swing to long here.
Yeah.
But it is in my list for potential buyout targets. I just don't know how much of a premium they'll get. I mean, it's
Yeah.
a tiny market cap, so they are going to get bought. It's useful enough to add to somebody instead of building your own. And they have good integrations in place already with the big players in accounting and things like that. So it's something definitely to worth keeping an eye on. But I don't know what is there in terms of a trade here.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Um, yeah, I wasn't able to get also any real options data on them, and Amen also mentioned that it's kind of cheap to get a gamma read. So yeah, I think this is just I'll set an alarm and watch it. The movie I think comes out end of June or something like that. So maybe it's a July play. But yeah, I'll just send an alarm. Also for today, I thought maybe even though my portfolio prefers a down day overall, I thought it's going to be a more strong reaction. But the news flow is just crazy. I mean, right now, yes, I'm looking at the new contracts. The September's 60/40 has been like very strong, but tomorrow I wonder what happens. That's today should have been a bit probably more positive, but the news flow is crazy.
There is also start of the FOMC session, right?
Oh yeah.
So that this is normal. I did expect. I think tomorrow is going to be way crazier, right? The moves are going to be much more pronounced,
Hmm.
obviously. Not because we expect any rate cut, but because the commentary is going to be really important. I
Yeah.
mean, economic data is certainly weakening. So the question is, how dovish is the Fed outlook?
Not dovish enough for Trump, I'll say that.
So what's expected? 2 cuts for the end of the year? Is that what expected now? 1 to 2 cuts?
It was 2 cuts previously, but I think after the last comments, Powell had it might have changed. I haven't checked. I haven't checked since. But it was 2 cuts before his last commentary.
So you guys still see 2 cuts by the end of the year?
No idea.
Hmm.
Well, didn't we get bad retail sales numbers, like the
Hmm.
consumer slowing down?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is unemployment ticking up, Monative or Twig?
I think it was softer maybe in California, which is leading, but nothing substantial.
Yeah, it's ticking up, but not fast enough to require immediate action.
Sure. Thanks.
I think that in terms of timing too, the expectations were, from what I remember, July for the first cut, for the first of the two. So if they are gonna cut, which I don't know if they will, they will definitely signal, in the commentary. They're not going to cut in July and not tell anybody, at least from their previous behavior.
Just real quick, VIX is pushing here is now 2081.
Nice.
Jeffrey, is that you hot micing it?
Jeff,
Oh, sorry guys. It's the wife's Spanish channel.
You mean your private jester came to entertain you?
Yeah, you
Dude,
guys
I
get
went from a fucking this is weird. I went from a 5,300 square foot house to like a fucking 600 little rental thing right now, and I'm not used to like having no space.
good. That's good. Good lesson for you, bro. Good
Zero
lesson.
space.
Yeah, he said zero space.
No space, no space. Like my fucking computer desk is now my wife's makeup table. It's ridiculous.
Good job, man. Congratulations. I'm glad
Well, your
you're being
desk can
able to
double as an
experience this
ottoman.
stuff.
Kick your feet up.
Happy wife, happy life.
Man,
Question is,
bullshit.
why are you
Get
sitting
that.
inside?
No. I rebuke that. Get that shit out your head. Ain't no fucking happy wife, happy life. The term is happy spouse, happy house. Everybody got to be happy, not just the wife. That's why the divorce rate is so fucking high. You try to please just the woman, and the man ain't happy. The woman senses it, and then she ain't happy. We ain't going with that. Happy spouse, happy house.
Never heard that, Kev, but it does make sense. What were you about to say, Monty?
Kev, you're awesome. I really love the thing you said.
Yo, you guys get everything here. It went from stocks to war coverage to novella to marriage counseling. Like, you guys get everything here.
That's right.
Big Kev is our Dr. Phil, man.
Jeffrey, I was just saying, you are in the tropics now. Why the hell are you sitting inside the house?
Oh yeah, well, I'm talking to you guys, but just getting ready. Like I said, we're signing the papers on the house purchase, so just getting ready for that. But yeah, actually, dude, I can literally walk. I don't know, 3 minutes to the beach, like just right around the corner. So pretty cool. Haven't taken advantage of it yet. It's all still stress and getting everything together and still unboxing things and buying shit to live.
Man,
So,
Jeffrey's
but
scared.
it's
He's
definitely an
scared to go
experience.
out
I'd
there.
love to.
He's scared to go out and see the scene, look at the sights
Oh
That's
by
it.
no, I
himself.
Yeah,
walk
that's it.
around the corner and
That's
buy
it.
bananas and mangoes and stuff off of carts from like kids and stuff. Right? It's like a different world, right? Literally, if I want bottled water, I got to walk to the store. And I've never done that before. Where I lived in Arizona, far from like the city, and we're inside the city right here, so it's a different lifestyle for me that I've ever been accommodated.
Oh yeah, you're finna
But
lose about
it's
25 pounds in 2 months. You're finna be walking everywhere. You're finna lean up for real, bro. You're finna lose that dad bod.
and by the way, the fucking buying a vehicle in Colombia, forget about it, dude. Forget about it. They're more expensive than houses. So I don't know what I'm gonna do there. Back to trading.
Just get a push cart, bro.
You ride. There's literally the best fucking thing to your dollar is you ride on
Oh,
the
that was a
back
nice
of.
rejection on the market. Man, damn, I tamed my eyes for half a second and we just we're back down to the low.
I have never seen a lower cumulative tick at 1919.
on SPY, really sizable rejection. I do have some long trades setting up for SPY. We should go a little bit lower though on SPY, a little bit lower. Pierce of this trend line. And I'm interested in taking some SPY calls. Again, a pierce of this trend line, I'm interested in taking some SPY calls. We are knifing, starting to go lower. I'm extremely interested in going long SPY. I repeat, I'm looking at going long SPY. Give us a pierce that 597 level. And I'm looking at taking the 598 calls. 0 DTE. We're almost there, guys. Get ready. Piercing this 598 level, and I will be going long. All right, I just took my first fill at $1.12. $1.12. We are knifing even more. Wow, I'm long the 598 call on SPY. 598 call. First fill's at $1.12. First fill's at $1.12. We did wick down a lot lower, but I am long SPY. 598 0 DT calls at $1.12. Look at this. Look at this. Come on, give us a little bit more. I'm looking for us to test this little previous resistance pivot. Come on, SPY. We are bouncing off of the 598 zone. Then I'm long the 598 0 DT call at $1.12. SPY is into a nice area of opportunity. My average on a starter position is $1.12. I will look to potentially add if we flush down to 597, your gap fill. But there is a decent amount of support here. But we can go lower, just recognize that. We're teetering here. Contracts are sitting right at that $1.12 level. $1.10. Big wick down there on SPY, really big wick down. Getting some buy the dip coming back into play. Look at that big wick. Come on, keep going. I'm looking for a sell around 598.50. So I'm looking to exit. 598.50, I'm looking to exit SPY. Come on. And I'll take a second entry around 597, a pierce of 597. Give us a bounce, SPY. Give us a bounce. Here we go. 598.50 is where I'm looking to exit. Come on. So I'm trading a 0 DTE trade here because we did hit a bit of a technical support level. We're seeing Microsoft curling to the downside. We're seeing NVIDIA remaining fairly weak, but this is your initial bounce level on SPY. Come on, SPY, give it to us. Let's see if we can get a little bit of profit off of this trade. We're basically flat. Looking for a quick little bounce back into the 598.50 zone. Come on. NVIDIA is still weak though. All right, we're starting to get some positive prints on these contracts. Nice little reversal. Again, 598.15. Sorry, 598.50 is where I'm looking to exit. Come on. Give us a high volume spike. We're moving in the right direction so far. We need a little bit more. Here we go. Here comes. Come on. Give us the target. 25 more cents to target. NVIDIA catching a stick. Or 12 cents a contract. Come on, you know you got more, SPY. Don't do it. We're still long off of the Pierce of 598. 598 calls are in the money slightly. My average is sitting at $1.12 on the contracts. $1.12. Let's see if we can get more. Come on. $1.12. Let's see if we can print. Come on. We're up still about 8 cents a contract. I'm looking for more though. I'm looking for that 598.50 tap, that previous little pivot. Step to the 1 minute chart. SPY's still trying to see some buying pressure. NVIDIA is looking weak though. We need a little bit of a bounce. All right, we're 20 cents to target. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. Here it comes, guys. We're almost there, 9 cents away. Seeing some sellers still there. Nice surge there. Nice surge. Guys, we almost hit target. We missed it by 1 penny. If you're wanting to trim, I have no issues with that. I'm still looking for a tap of that 598.50 zone. Come on, give it to us. 598.50. Don't let this trade go against you now. Do not let this trade go against you. We should have a little bit more of a push. Should have a little bit more push. Here we go. Come on. One more little spike wick. 598.50. Give it to me. We hit that 598.49 zone. Want us to touch this little resistance pivot. Give it to us. Give it to us. Come on. Here we go. 3 cents away. Almost there. 1 penny away from target. All right, guys, I'm all out there. I sold contracts at $1.33. I'm all out. Sold contracts at $1.33. Boom. All out. Nice little trade. So that was a nice little 18.5% win. On SPY, I am all out of my 0 DTEs. A nice little trade setup right before power hour. Hopped on, executed a beautiful little trade. Stunning, stunning, stunning. There are plenty of opportunity to catch that at the lows there. That was a nice little pierce of that zone. We were eyeing up that zone for quite a while. You can clearly see why we bought that area. It's supportive of the gap, which we never actually filled. We probably do come down and likely slice through it. But why did we buy this area? A nice 5-minute chart sell-off. Upsloping hourly chart trend line. This is the wedge pattern we discussed in the pre-market. That was a clinical back test. Now just be careful. We probably will knife through this gap fill. I do suspect we're going to go lower today. Okay? But nice job if you caught that trade with us. Please hit that like button down below. Everyone should have been able to catch that. That was a beautiful little 0 DTE scalp on SPY. Stunning little trade for 18.5%. We gave you the entry. We gave you the exit ahead of time. Beautiful. So again, markets should probably try to test or take out this low. The SPY. SPY should probably try to test or take out that low. Alright, if anything else changes, I will hop back on. In terms of the next level on SPY, it's really going to be this upsloping trend line now, which means that we should try to fill the gap to the downside. So we should try to fill that lower boundary gap. I am suspecting that on SPY. But excellent job if you caught that 0 DTE long with us. That was a nice little trade in and out within about 3 minutes. I love when those go according to plan. And again, we'll be back on for the 3 p.m. session. But I just had to jump back on for a nice little scalp long there. Again, if we flush into the 596.75 level, which is filling that gap on SPY, I would consider another long. So I will hop back on if we start flushing into that vicinity. But there's even a chance we can really test this double bottom around 595. There is a chance.
Kevin, if he'd kept his and he said he dumped them, so I dumped mine. That was the bottom.
Yeah, well, I guess it got to his profit taking target. So
No, we both lost on that because it was Vol Crush.
yeah, I've just been playing. I've held this RTX since May 20th.
We got another leg down coming.
Yeah, I've just been rinse and repeating in Lockheed Martin LMT. Every time it gets to my target down here, I just long it, and it's working out like pretty good. So no complaints there with that one. Yeah, Walmart hasn't moved pretty much anywhere. Like this ticker is something else. It's just been trading between 95.23 and 94.15. No movement. Shorts are hard to play on Walmart.
In today's action, you call that relative strength.
Coming into another area. So SPY is coming into yet again another long area. We will play it, or I will play it.
I'm shocked. QQQ. Looks like it wants to come touch this target. This 528.
So SPY is setting up here yet again for another dip.
Oh,
Those
come on,
onward candles.
Tesla. My 300 calls
Yeah.
up 25%. Let's go.
Let's see what these 250s are doing.
Tesla's still getting smoked.
30%.
Come on, SPY,
So
fill that
Tesla
gap.
essentially went
Fill
down to
that
my
gap.
level, exactly down to my level, and bounced, and now it's trying to melt through that level. See if it can get down to 315.
So Pierce of 597,
Yes,
around
sir. That's the level I have.
596.65, guys. I'm gonna look to take some SPY calls again. This time I'm going to take probably 597 0 DTEs.
Still holding one of those
Tesla's breaking,
317 and a halves too.
Tesla's breaking under 316. You said?
Yeah, soon. It's under 317 right now.
Good. All right. Great. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
Into that gap fill. Let it pierce that gap. Let it pierce that gap.
You all youngins in crypto dudes need to explain the genius bill and the stable coins thing to boomers like me, because obviously
QQ
they're
is
going
more
to
relatively
continue to run
weak
with
and
this.
it's
So I
farther
want to
away
know
from
what
its.
companies benefit and
So QQ has been
basically what
more
it does, but not
relatively
now.
strong, so it's a little bit
It would
farther
be, it would
away
be a
from its
good
gap.
discussion to have. I put in the nest
I'm looking
from
at taking
Treasury Secretary
597
Scott
0
Bessent,
DTE calls.
reporting projections of
597
stable
0
coins could
DTE
grow to a
calls.
3.7
Pierce that
trillion
gap
market
though. It needs to
by
head
the end of the
around
decade. This scenario becomes more
596.70ish for
likely
me to
with the
get
passage of the
interested.
Genius Act. So maybe one day we can talk
Contracts in the
about that, because I have no
597s
clue
are
what that
sitting
even
between
means. Thanks, guys.
$1.23 and $1.25.
Tesla 316.50.
See if we can get a flusher. Big
Tesla
bounce.
under S3.
All right, trade is off the table for me if we get a big bounce here.
I
Need to
want
see
this
new
to be
lows.
under all the letters of the alphabet, past the basement, all the way down. I'll look at Apple, 195.80. My level on Apple is 195.58. Under that, it comes to 190.51 for Apple. AAPL.
I keep feeling like I've missed this Tesla trade.
I don't know how.
Even I got in it, bro, and I don't.
I was
I don't
about
even
to
have
say,
the chart
yeah,
from.
that's crazy.
I don't mean to laugh, but I don't know how you missed this trade because we've been calling these for all day actually.
Well,
All day.
that is my pattern. I mean, I see something is moving, and I'm like, okay, I already missed that.
That's why I like trading with multiple people, because if I call out a level and Big Kev call out something that's pretty similar, it doesn't have to be the same level, but I'm more confident in taking that play.
Big
That's
bounce in
confluence.
Microsoft.
Yeah.
Really big bounce in Microsoft. That's helping. NVIDIA catching a stick. All right, so SPY's getting a decent bounce here. I would need to see it now head a little bit lower if I'm interested, but maybe they just want to chop it here. All right, decent bounce in SPY, guys. nothing happens here, if we don't get a flush, I will hop back on for the last hour of the session. But we did catch a nice little 18.5% win there on SPY. 0DT play call. We're looking for another play, but it needs to make another new low of day, fill the gap, and really flush out.
Because I'm in 250s and I'm up for July 18th and I'm up 40% right now. So yeah, you guys should be up big.
Okay, guys. Donald Trump just posted again unconditional surrender.
Yeah, that I don't understand. What the hell is that supposed to
He
mean?
means the mullahs need to surrender. They're done. That's all. That's what he's. It seems like that's what he's looking for. Who knows what he's thinking about, but he's saying that Iran needs to surrender unconditionally.
To who?
Guys, why is the market
Who? Yeah,
going down? Is there
exactly.
news?
Yes,
Yeah, there was
it
news
just
that
went.
A-Man was net short, heavy.
There's the guy. When you guys said Amen went big short, I was like, all right, this is safe to take some shorts here, dude.
Oh, Tesla
It was
316.16.
pretty damn relaxing
Tesla
too.
316.16.
Let's go.
This bitch about to hit my level 315.31.
Yeah,
Let's
no,
go.
Jeffrey, I chose the 300 for next week because I figured that they would move pretty good, and I didn't have to worry about they to destroy me if Tesla meandered around like it did.
Come on, Tesla 315.31. Hit this level. Come on. You know you want to.
Closing 3/4 of these Tesla 300 puts up 30%.
Look around and find out. My levels are goaded. Woof. Look at this thing. To puppy. Basement.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about the regime just is toast. So I think they're going to push this.
Yeah, this news is an hour old, but Bloomberg reported an hour ago that Russia has withdrawn support for Iran.
What? Oh, they severed support or they're supporting?
They withdrew support for Iran. That's what
Excellent.
Bloomberg reported.
Okay, that's great news. That's great news. They're going to go full.
That's the end of the mullahs.
Are you fucking kidding me?
God, it would be so awesome for the Iranian people if they were out. That would be amazing. Would love to.
This thing came to 315.38.
Boom.
You could see a bounce
Nice
here.
level.
Let's go. Come on, push through that. Yo, if it loses that level, it's 310. But I'm in there like swimming.
Yo, are you guys watching this McDonald's move? This is huge.
Oh, we
This is a
forgot
huge
about
move.
McDonald's.
No, you
Oh,
didn't. I
shit.
just said McDonald's was under 393 5 minutes ago, bro. How did you forget about McDonald's? Like, are you serious? We were just talking about
This move the
McDonald's.
last this move the last 2 days on McDonald's is a big move.
Oh, I thought you meant just now.
Oh, I just looked at it, dude. I've
Oh,
been doing some work. I'm chilling.
oh, okay. I thought you meant just now. It went
I'm just
further than
hanging
that.
out
That's
and
why I
I'm
was
just
like,
hanging out in my
McDonald's.
shorts and chilling.
Uh,
Crude
So
oil
yeah,
testing
it's a little hot
73.
today. You're in shorts. You're in shorts.
yeah. He's been in shorts.
Oh yeah,
Summertime.
just hanging out.
Hanging
I
out.
like these shorts.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a hell of a bounce on SPY. Um,
That's why if you were playing zeros, you got to lock them profits in. You sell into that strength because
yeah.
that bounce is gonna be devastating.
Mm-hmm. All right, come on, Tesla, hit that. Go hit my target. You got a buyer down here. Okay.
Hey Jeffrey, man. See, that's why you should have had your ass up here and been like, look, man. When you first came, it was like anybody in VIX calls. Then when the VIX pulled back, you could have been like, yeah, man, it's a good time to add to them VIXs. If I, bring people's awareness to it a little bit more, bro. I'm just saying, man. But I forgot
Yeah,
your
but I don't
charts.
even
Your
have
charts.
charts in
You're right.
front of
You're
me.
right. You're right. Your charts aren't there. Touche. You got lucky.
Yeah, target hit 315.27. Bing bong.
Boom.
345 components of the S&P 500 are now underwater.
All right, so my next level on Tesla is, oh my God, I can't believe it hit that level today. 313.30 and then 310.12. Hold on a second. Whoa. Big Kev, look at Tesla 30-minute. Zoom out. It's an
All right,
M
I'm
pattern.
looking at it. Yeah, no,
It's
no,
an
I
M
saw that.
pattern.
I saw that developing. That's why I grabbed the puts when I grabbed them and said the
Ah,
317s might pay because I was looking at the
yeah.
M starting to form.
Yep. Um, yeah. Man, under 310, this will waterfall so fast. Like there's really nothing there until like at least on my chart until 305.75 under
Yeah, I was about to
310.
say I see 307. I see 307.8, and it gets up under 307.8, and there ain't nothing until like two 290,
Yo, this
two two
thing is
two 300, like 300. It'll stop 300 psychologically, then two 290, 281.
it's fighting at that level.
That's why when it bounced, like I played the 317 and a halves down, and when it bounced, I felt comfortable grabbing the 300s.
Yeah.
Look at this, under 315. It's over with. Let's go,
All right, let's go.
Jeffrey.
Crude
Jeffrey
oil
still here?
73.10.
I am, sir. What's going on?
Tesla under 315.
Nice. I got the 315s for Friday, but I'm just gonna hold. I think we go down this week. We'll see.
No, I think it's going to 300.
I'm
No,
listening to you
no
guys
doubt.
and I'm smiling. So good job, peeps. You guys got me in it. In fact, I want to go longer term short Tesla. Just do the retail sales. I think the slowing economy. Butters posted, and what's up, Ian? Hope you're doing well. The fact that they're going to take away the EV credits, right? Both used and new. So to me, I think Tesla's going to have a struggle here. I could be wrong, but
Well, no,
Yeah,
every,
that's what.
everything is going to struggle. I mean, like, look at. I mean, first of all, the China tensions, the tariff tensions, like those are going to be enacted again, next month. So I mean, you have inflation issues. Don't know what the Fed are going to do. So definitely everything's about to struggle.
Yeah, that's why I have January of next year. I have the 300s, the 250s, and the 200s on Tesla.
wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, how
But I
those
bought
had to be
them.
expensive, eh, man? Those had to
Oh,
be.
dude, they're expensive. They're expensive. I don't have too many of them.
Yeah, that's why I grabbed
Shit, all
July
you need is 5 of
250s.
them, and those motherfuckers hit you. Shit.
Yeah, that's about what I have of each.
I like it.
Yeah, I have Tesla 300s, 280s, and 250s. Oh, Spy. Wait, Spy hit my level? No way. Yep,
To
Spy.
to me, it's a like people don't like. This is a unpopular opinion, but I think it's a I think Tesla is basically like a somewhat derivative of the Qs. So I wanted something outside of just the Qs because I knew the mags were still priced okay for the most part. So I wanted to get some leverage on a big component that could drop a lot, and Tesla was the one.
Here's something you got to remember. I don't know if somebody already read this or not, but 3 minutes ago, I'm seeing Wall Street Engine reporting that Trump is now meeting with his National Security Council to discuss the Israel-Iran conflict. Said he's expected to make a statement to the press once the meeting wraps up.
Here's one thing you got to remember that they added to the tariff or the EV credits. When they take them off, as soon as it passes, they have 180 days after that. So they're giving them some leniency to move the product of 180 days. So that might be why he's ramping up inventory controls right now and not putting on incentives, if that makes any sense.
So they could have a sales boost with people rushing to buy it with the credits. You think, Ian, or?
Correct. So you got to remember, if that big bill passes, you got 180 days from that point. So the dates that I'm figuring are somewhere around December to January is when it would all come to an end. So where A-Man's sitting with in his positioning in January, that's a good place to be.
Yeah, but you'd have all that. You've had all of that. You would have all of that pent up demand for these cars throughout the year. I'm just like, I'm not really. I've never been a firm believer of FSD, and I don't think that we're going to be like really close to the Optimus robots in any sort of size to be coming out to market. So
Crude oil 73.27.
Yeah, I think you and I both believe the same on that. A-Man, on FSD.
yeah, I mean, I'm in the industry. If FSD was a standard that we were looking at, I would know about it.
Yeah, so we bloody in the streets, man, bloody in the streets. I did allude to the fact that we might chop, but we could have a trend day. We could have a trend move day the day before FOMC, and man, that's what it's looking like. Pretty decent move to the downside. Tesla may have found support at 314.80.
Oh, God. Um, so the level I had on SPY was 598. It blew through that. My next level on SPY is 596.43, and below that it's 595.38.
Apple looked like it wants to go lower than the basement.
Yeah, that one I needed to go lower. Let's see what my app Apple put is doing.
Going to the bomb shelter.
It's trying to go. That's where it's going to the bunker.
I have Apple 195 puts for July 18th. All right, nice.
Is Apple selling off like this alluding to, because Apple started selling off before the market did, and I talked about that earlier, how Apple was just super bearish while the market still was kind of trending higher. So is Apple alluding to, in any way alluding to the China America tariff situation just going to shreds?
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if you look at K-Web, that's probably down. Yeah, so I would just say that's not a bad read through.
My line in the sand for Apple is 195.28. Under that, it's 190.51.
Or rather, a foreshadowing to the trade talk falling apart. And this is them, maybe getting wind of it, pricing it in. I mean, I don't know, because like I say, Apple was dumping before anything. Everything else was popping. Google was strong. Meta was pushing. Microsoft was strong. NVIDIA was creating that triangle pattern. It was trying to, it looked like it was ready to break to the upside. The market started to rally. The VIX was pulling back. Bitcoin looked like it was ready to bounce, and then everything just fell off. But as a matter of fact, it was Bitcoin and Apple that were both pulling back while everything else was rallying.
I think so. I mean, if you look at FX K-Web since last week, Wednesday, they've just been falling. So all the Chinese equities are weak for a week straight.
I mean, some of the stronger names today still look kind of strong, like PCT. Haven't really looked weak after the big sell-off. That AIP that I want to say Invest 360 brought up, that still looks relatively strong. Valero hasn't fallen off any, so. But all the stuff that was weak.
There's another one. There's another one I've mentioned before. CLS is really strong. Celestica and IBM are still pushing.
I would say probably would have Butters plays in a more good barometer, because like PCT is a short squeeze situation. Those guys have a lot of troubles, the shorts on that one, and it's like last time it was like 17 days to cover. Valero is in oil, so just the right sector. But
The next drop on Wing is a $40 drop.
send it. I mean, I did take a bit off, maybe half an hour ago or something, on Wing.
Yeah, I don't know if I feel the need to take any off.
No, you're right.
The only bounce I see is to 600, and we're at 597 now.
Wait,
598.
are you talking about Wing?
Oh, dude, no, I'm talking about the indices.
Oh, got it.
That's how I base this off of, though. Like, Dude, this is gonna be weaker. Like this thing is gonna be weaker than the indices.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, I have it till July, so I'll definitely hold it for a lot longer. But
Yeah, me too.
I didn't take anything off, so I wanted to just scrape it.
I posted in the comments for ticker KRE, $57 call for July 18.
Next level is 590. My next level is 596.45 on SPY and 528 on Qs.
Yeah, for me, longing banks is furthest thing from my interest at this point.
Yeah, and regionals too. I mean, maybe they're
Yeah.
looking. I think if you look on just like on a daily chart, there's like a bullish pennant that potentially could be seen. But I don't know. Just with the environment, I wouldn't be long in regionals personally.
Man, if the VIX clears 22, it's in breakout mode.
What was that, Kev? If VIX what?
Clears 22.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Because I did get the 22s for the 25th.
Big Kev, you ever use spot vol?
No, I don't.
It's like a 1-day VIX.
No, I'm familiar with it. It's some people that actually use it, the VVIX. I just don't use it. Yeah, I can't imagine anybody still taking any trade currently. I mean, like the floor is open.
All right, guys. Pleasure being in the room today. I got to take off. I'll be back on later, whenever. Good hearing from everybody. Thank you.
I opened the
Thank you.
floor and I opened the floor and Jeffrey leaves. This is insane. He doesn't want to talk. This is crazy.
I gotta go do some stuff. So appreciate y'all. Then Kevin, thanks for keeping this room open, and everybody else for being here. Thanks.
Yeah, Jeff. Good seeing you, Jeff.
Take care.
Yeah, no, you got to think. You got to think everybody else, like A-Man and Bull Bear,
100%.
Invest. You got to think everybody else, bro. I was gonna shut the motherfucker down.
Dude, I don't even add that much.
All right, guys. Peace out.
Do more.
All of you added just enough. Everyone added just enough. It didn't take much. Just a little bit. I get a co-host here, a speaker there. Of course, not just me. Of course, nobody wants to just listen to me. I mean, I'm a whole ass, right? But I might give a good ticker every now and then, give some good levels every now and then.
I just have it on in the
Alpha.
background, and I'm aware of what the market's doing based on your on your talking points.
Right? Alpha One, what you looking at, bro? No, you got some shit. I don't know. Is Alpha One still here? He might be busy. So Butters, what is this 180-day after the tariff thing that you were talking about earlier? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because that kind of went over my head a bit.
Basically, if the big bill comes down and the EV credits are off the table, they're not off the table for 180 days from the day the bill gets passed.
Oh, okay. So there's a 100 grace period.
Correct. You want to call it grace period, reprieve, whatever you want. That is on both new and you got to remember there's still a $4,000. He'll probably have to do something to liquidate the.
You start breaking up. I don't know if you were breaking up for everybody else, but you broke up for me. I only caught like half of that.
Yeah, remember he's got 7,500 on the front, 7,500 on the front end, Kev, and $4,000 on the back end. So remember, the swing is 11.5.
Right. No, thank you for adding a little bit of color to that.
Isn't the net effect of ending the tax credits for electric vehicles essentially ceding the entire industry to the Chinese?
That's kind of what I've said all the way along. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how that makes sense.
How that makes sense in what regard? Like, what are you referring to specifically?
And how it makes any sense to cede an entire industry to a hostile foreign power.
It is in a way, and it isn't in another way, because if you remember, Donald Trump's been talking about you get the tax relief or you get the relief on the interest rates on American built cars. So you got to remember in North America, there's 3 different VIN numbers. 1 is a USA built, 3 is a Mexico built, and 2 is a Canadian built. So you'll only get the relief on vehicles that start with a 1 serial number. A Chinese built car will not have a 1 serial number. It'll come in with like what the early Chinese built Polestars came in with. I think they came in with a serial number that started with L.
So the State Department issued a warning for U.S. citizens are urged to avoid all travel to Iran, Israel, and Iraq under all circumstances. Why are we not shorting airlines?
Yeah, I mean airlines. I mean, since like CPI, that should have been a good short.
Because I don't think American Airlines flies to Iran.
I said Delta earlier.
Yeah. I I'd say it's more of a play if diesel fuel goes up, then airlines go down, right? Or just oil in general, because they need to, oil down, airlines up usually. Is it not that way?
Yep.
Yeah, it's, I guess not that simple, but yeah. For me, if I see that for like on the CPI line item that travel's negative, that means shit ain't going so good because customers aren't you know paying up for travel.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
I think that as long as oil's trading between like 65 and 75, I think the oil price for travel is probably not really a big factor.
Yeah, man, everything just looks everything just looks super bearish.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
no.
find where you think might catch a bid.
Might. I don't know. I am looking at this QQQ 15-minute candle and it's struggling, bro.
Oh no, I'm done looking at the general market. I'm talking
Oh,
elsewhere.
gotcha.
Talking about like Reddit. Like after it pulled back, is it gonna hold? Should I get back into these 140s? Do I grab the 150s also?
Big Kev, check the uranium plays like URA, the ETF, and other quantum like
Yeah,
Oklo.
I'm looking at Oklo.
Yeah,
I'm looking at SM. Yeah, I'm looking at all that.
yeah,
Right? Yeah, I talked about that earlier.
yeah.
I'm on top of it, bro.
Good. The thing is that Oklo could not break the top, which was 73. Yeah, so today went to 69 and rejected. So probably that was the top here. I don't know.
McDonald's new low of the day.
I should just do I
Boom.
should do a screener that and look for things that are like fucking just above the 200-day moving average. Because dude, when you lose the 200-day, dude, that's just straight fucking bear market.
Yeah, I did actually posted a list on my profile maybe a week ago
Ooh, you gave me
of
an idea.
tickers 10% above the 200-day moving average and posted it on my profile. I actually linked it to one of these spaces that we were in. So,
Oh, nice. I'll probably check that out.
yeah, it was 10% above the 200-day moving average.
Yeah, but like Oklo is closed like 150% above 200. Yeah. So there are these crazy names like also SMR.
Right, we go spy with the sell again.
Hey, did you guys play the downside? I wasn't here, but I was playing it.
Yeah.
Hell
Awesome.
yeah.
Put the
Hell to
downside
the yeah.
on Tesla as well. It destroyed that.
Yep. Tesla and Qs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys knocked Tesla out of the park. That was baller. I was playing just SPY down. I went big, man. I was convicted right when I saw that fucking Iran was like, we're gonna do some punitive shit. I'm like, all right, this ain't over.
Yeah, you're like, okay, time to short this market.
Yeah, no, I played the Qs down, but I made the money playing Tesla down. That's where the money was made today.
Oh shit! I'll get an alert. All right, so these Lockheed Martin 510 calls are up 72% or $280 per contract from 385 to 665.
Boom. Yeah, I want to revisit Oak Low before the close. Because it could actually spring tomorrow. Or it could just tank.
Yeah, that could work too.
Either way, it's a play.
Yes, sir. Spy is holding on for dear life right here, bro.
Georgie.
What up?
PCT? What do you think? I mean, if you
Yeah, dude,
are,
that's
or
my
if you
long
aren't.
term.
Okay.
Today became the largest holding in my long term.
Yo,
It's
Nice.
now
Kev,
number
fix your
one.
mic, bro. Your mic sounds like garbage.
All right.
I'm not doing options on it though. I just holding it, you know. Which in retrospect, I probably should have done that. Okay, though. I had such a large position. I was like, we'll play other stuff.
Oh damn! When did fucking Newmont start going? I didn't think gold was really moving.
Probably around like 1 when gold kind of spiked up.
Yeah, it was earlier today.
Dude, this whole week. This whole last week, Newmont just went berserk. My only exposure to gold right now is just a whole shit ton of calls because I sold all my commons. Oh damn, I did still have some VIX calls.
I got rid of all my VIX calls except I got VIX 30 calls for July. They're just sort of kind of sitting there as a hedge, I guess. I don't really expect those to go in the money.
Yeah, all my calls are in the money. I'm just closing them out now.
Yeah, whoever brought up CLF Cleveland Cliff earlier today, the Cleveland Cliff chart actually looks pretty decent. Not intraday though.
I bought leaps on that last week.
Oh yeah, I guess the no Japan deal is fucking bearish for X, bullish for Cleveland Cliffs.
Yeah, exactly. I said something about shorting X earlier when I heard that. I didn't think we could go to it really. I just said it in jest.
Who knows? Maybe I'll get one right. When it comes to trading, I'm the blind squirrel that finds a stopped clock.
Yeah, self-loathing is not an attractive quality, sir. Get over that shit.
I'm dead.
Currently 10:21 p.m. in Tehran.
Oh yeah, I wonder when they're gonna launch their, you know.
Somebody just posted that sirens are going off in Israel.
Oh shit.
Boom. I swear, Georgie has the Tehran clock because every time he's spot on when the attacks happen.
I don't know. I mean, it's right. You figure it's
You
after
got a
sunset.
you got an in with the IRGC.
I can neither confirm nor
Yeah,
deny that information.
that part. It's G14 classified.
$59.80 seems like a real strong magnet right now. I don't know what you
Where's
guys
the
are seeing.
collar? Where's the collar? Wherever that's at is probably a magnet at this point.
Would that be a collar for Friday on SPX?
It's end of the month.
Oh, the JP Morgan one?
Yeah.
I mean, the OI at 6,000 is crazy.
Yeah, that's why that was coming up as a ceiling for me the rest of the week.
I mean, I see a couple of things that look good, but nothing that looks great.
JP Morgan collars at 59.05.
There will be a support level.
I mean, just in terms of 0 days, there's a ton of gamma at 59.85. It's peak negative. It's probably changed though since we've just on zeros.
Oh, QUBT looks real good.
Yeah, that popped up on my screener this morning. QBT. I haven't looked at it since though.
I mean, look at it. To me, it looks relatively strong comparatively speaking.
What's interesting is the IV on it's going up today. Probably because it went down 7%, but it's got a nice like bowl shape, round bottom kind of thing going.
Real nice round shape bottom. Weekly looks good. Daily, you have an inside day after a big bullish bar. The extent of the sell-off today didn't sell this off past that 7%, because I mean it was a gap down anyway. So I mean I guess that's a little bit not really indicative of the amount of the sell-off, but I mean look how it's just an inside day
Yeah,
holding above the MAs.
I'd want to see it cool down a little bit. Like, is that, I don't know. It's It seems pretty juiced right now.
Yeah.
IV is 140%. Yeah.
So when I look at the IV, and here's another thing, and this is where all IVs aren't created equal. What did you say the IV is at?
Like 140.
Yeah, that's really not. I mean, it's really not that
Yeah, I
high.
mean, so yeah, like just like a week ago it was at $12, now it's at 19. So that the actual volatility kind of lines up with the IV, I guess. That's what you're looking to see.
Yeah.
That's why I said I'd want to see it like settle here. I don't, I mean, unless, I mean, I guess it could keep pumping. It just seems like it just did pump though, you know?
So I look at 140. I look at 139.7.
All right, everybody, welcome to Power Hour session here. We are live on the charts. We're already getting a bit of a pump here into the final hour of trading. We will see if they hold on to these gains or if we have one more dip. If we have one more dip, I'd like to potentially go long and explore buying this little lower boundary zone. We can also use this power hour to look for some other chart setups. Obviously, tomorrow we have the FOMC interest rate decision. So there should be quite a bit of volatility in the mix. We'll have two opportunities tomorrow. I will be live streaming the FOMC interest rate decision as well as the press conference with Jerome Powell. So definitely stay tuned for that action. Markets have reduced their risk exposure and sold off a little bit into the presser. Anonymous looking at STZ logarithmic December 1988 pivot low, November 1990 pivot low, April 2009 pivot low, June 2012. Retesting it now, also channel at the same slope, pivot high, August 95, May 05, November. Daily RSI 25. Let's look at STZ Constellation Brands, I believe. Is that? Yep, that is Constellation Brands. All right, I am going to put you on the main chart here. We'll look at STZ on the main chart. You're hitting some major support, I take it. You're drawing some multi-year trend lines. Yep, RSI very, very oversold. Nice downward descent, sweeping that low pivot liquidity. Earnings is approaching, so that's really the only risk that is coming into the picture. Let's look at this weekly chart. You're on a log chart, a logarithmic chart. I take it that's the trend line you're looking at. Something of that nature from your pivot low in 88 to your pivot low here in 9091, pivot low here in 2009, then in 12, and now you're tagging that as we speak. Yeah, I see that. That's a very, very interesting trend line on the log chart. Now let's just see it without the logarithmic. So even without the logarithmic chart, you still have a main pivot there from 2012 connecting through to your 2020. Let's draw that parallel channel that you discussed. So there's definitely some support here on Constellation Brands, STZ. There is some support. Let me flip back to that daily. Risk to reward in the long term is really, really good. Obviously with earnings, investors are pricing in a bad earnings report. And there are a couple gaps to the downside that you got to be mindful of. So a major gap at 141, which is quite a ways away. And then obviously the concerning part is this a large bear flag pattern? Bear flag, lowercase h. But it's a good risk to reward. I would let it go a little bit lower though. You haven't really created you're starting to form a positive divergence, but you need to make a new low. Yeah, channels on the logarithm. I see that. I see that for sure. So let this go a little bit lower. We'll reassess it in a couple weeks. You know, earnings, it may have a gap down on earnings. That would be the time to buy. Then you'd have a nice positive divergence on the weekly chart. That would be a nice area. Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of multi-decade trends breaking. You know, and the reason why it's important to, I would say, give this a little bit of time is because we already tested that zone once, right? Had a bounce. You know, this is STZ brand, had a nice bounce, a multi-week bounce. We'll call it a 20-25% bounce. And now it's breaking those lows, so give it some more time. Daily chart, it is oversold, so you could potentially get a daily chart. You know, you could pierce this level over here. Let me get my drawing tool. So you could pierce this, create a bit of a bear flag, and then make another move down. But weekly is suggesting a little bit more downside on STZ. But for a daily chart bounce, I mean, you could get a bounce back to 170. It's very oversold if the market firms up. All right, SPY is coming in, guys. SPY, we may get a trade here. So we're flipping back to the main screen here on SPY. We might get another 0 DTE play or a 1 DTE contract play. Next sweep of the low, guys. I like next sweep of the low on SPY. So we did fill the gap on SPY, which is beautiful to see. That's really, really healthy and constructive. It's balancing out liquidity a little bit more. But if we get one more sweep of this low, then I'd consider taking a bit of a scalp long on SPY. So we'll keep SPY on watch here. Nice little divergence forming. Let's see what we can get here. So we just have the main S&P 500 chart up. I'm watching Tesla, I'm watching Microsoft, I'm watching NVDA on my other screens. A few other names. Microsoft recapturing its pre-market high. Tesla's been obviously taken to the woodshed today. So definitely a lot of weakness in Tesla, but SPY could come down. Let SPY come down a little bit more and we should get a nice little trade here. Quick scalp long. Today's day trades was end face long. We netted on nicely and SPY calls around 18.5% off of a bounce trade. But we should maybe get one more flush on SPY to give us a bit of a long trade. Let's see the pre-market hours here. You can see we're stuck under a pre-market low. That's very bearish in the near term. Very, very bearish. All right, Microsoft's catching a wick. NVIDIA, though, isn't. Tesla curling back down. My ultimate target now on Tesla is it's probably heading to about 310, maybe even lower than that. I'd love to buy that gap fill. But Tesla's got this beautiful little channel that we're now chopping in. Let me go back to regular market hours here. So take a look at this beautiful parallel channel. That's a thing of beauty for Tesla's chart. High pivot, low pivot, high pivot. Now we should make it a low pivot, Maybe it's into this gap fill simultaneously. But Tesla's looking extra weak. And you can see the resistance that it is running into right now. The only positive for Tesla, if we actually erase this key trend line, the one positive for Tesla is you're on the verge of creating this falling wedge pattern. Look at this falling wedge pattern on the 15. And you can see you're getting rejected at the top of the wedge, so we should go lower. But wait for this falling wedge pattern to develop a little bit more, and then we should get a nice bounce trade on TSLA. All right, let's look back at SPY because NVIDIA is starting to break down now. So NVIDIA is really starting to come in, guys. NVIDIA is starting to come in nicely. Again, sweep of these lows, I'm looking at SPY calls. I'm not willing to short it down here, but sweep of those lows, I will look at SPY calls. VIX is up 9.5%. Shaking and moving. Crude oil has just been ripping all day. So names like XOM, still strong. Valero, still strong on the session. XLE, still strong on the session. But WTI crude is just an absolute monster. Up 5.2% yet again. We bank tremendously on our Valero calls, XOM. Reducing exposure here because we have pretty much retested the highs, but look at crude oil's strength is something to be amazed. And we said intraday that you were breaking out of this inverse head and shoulders pattern on crude, and look at that, boom, straight move to the upside. So that's one of the reasons why SPY is also struggling, right? You factor in crude oil moving up pretty phenomenally. Interest rates are down today. 10-year yield down 1.39. 2-year yield down 0.63. SPY trying to make another push higher. Apple down 1.33. Microsoft down 0.42. NVIDIA down 0.41. Tesla getting pummeled. Amazon down half. Meta down 0.47. Google just slightly negative. Look at the reversal on AMD. That's a nice little topping tail on AMD. SMCI has gone negative. SOXX has gone negative. Bitcoin's been hit pretty hard, but seeing some support off of that vicinity. Adobe getting really smoked. New lows, taking out the earnings dump on Adobe into that gap fill. Very interesting. You can see NVIDIA breaking down now. NVIDIA is right on a knife edge, testing these lower boundary pivots. Come on, I want to dump in the markets. I want to try to take some SPY calls. And what I'd be looking at here is, just give me a second here. I want to see what they're priced at. So if we sweep the 596 pivot down here, 596.76 pivot, we could potentially play the 597 calls. We are seeing markets bounce just a touch here. Support, all right, SPY's trying to move up here. Not really what I wanted to see, but it is what it is. Not going to force a trade. Still have some time for a late minute flush, which I think there could be. Let's check back on some of these solar names. Nice price action on Intel, holding steady. Palantir under a bit of pressure today. Back at Micron. Micron ending with a potential topping tail. So that name's been under a bit of pressure. Nice amount of volume there. NVIDIA curling back to the downside. Take a look at ENPH again. Yeah, the ENPH is still holding off that long level where we took it this morning. Still technically holding above that area, but I do think it's going to break down. You're getting very close to your next leg down in some of these names. Just chopping in a bit of a bearish wedge pattern. Let's look at First Solar. Also somewhat bearish. So here you have Tesla trying to firm up, Microsoft trying to firm up, NVIDIA being sold into. Let's look at Apple. If there's any other tickers you guys want to quickly take a peek at, let me know. SPY's just hovering. Really no trade for me. Look at uranium. That's taking a bit of a breather today. Silver, another breakout candle on silver. IWM sitting right on its 20-day moving average. SPY sitting above. QQQ sitting above. Topping tail on SMH. So we got JP Morgan. That's coming in a touch. SNPS, that's coming in. Monster coming in. Wow, look at Jets, guys. Jets again getting absolutely smashed. SQ going through a little bit of consolidation. DraftKings is strong today. That's on watch for a breakout out of this wedge pattern, triggering an inverse head and shoulders. DKNG looks kind of promising. Very strong chart on DKNG. That certainly is. Walmart just holding steady. Again, Valero, that was our big, beautiful win on the session. Nasty reversal on Lennar. You know, this is one that's getting me very interested is LEN Lennar. Now that its earnings is out of the way, this one I'm getting very interested, and this is more for also a longer term play. You're piercing this 50% retrace, you're piercing this little trend line that we've been holding. A lot of little support, quite a bit of support down here on ticker LEN. I'm eyeing this up for a swing trade very, very close to getting in. We'll just let that earnings settle out, but I'm eyeing that name up very, very much so. Steel stocks, I'm somewhat bullish on steel stocks. Taking some positions in them today. Seeing Kava hold steady at these lows. Let's look at Airbnb, that's coming in a little bit. Celsius still strong. MongoDB. Let's flip back to SPY here. So we might still have a trade on SPY. I want to see it flush a little bit. I'm looking at entering 597 calls. I want to look at, hey, Sarfers, you have another YouTube account? You changed your name, Smart Sarf. I like it. Let's look at Peloton for Sarfres. That's right now, down 10%. I didn't even know that got hammered today. Wow. Yeah, look at that. We were looking for an inverse head and shoulders potential. Still there, but let's just clean that up. Yeah, that's getting annihilated today. That's violating some pretty key technical support. Must be news on that. So 618 retrace at 585. That's probably where you're going to stop in the near term. 585. Maybe even a little bit lower, 582. But they are taking that one to the woodshed. Wow. There might be a bit of a trade here. Let me see the intraday price action. Yeah, we might be able to get a bounce here. 15-minute chart. Oversold hourly. What's the news? So Peloton requests to dismiss class action lawsuit filed by investors. Okay, so it's lawsuit news. I didn't even see that today. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. Product recall on May 11th, roughly affecting 2.2 million exercise bikes. Blah, 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 blah. On June 8th, shareholders filed a claim against Peloton. And the news is just resurfacing. So yeah, Peloton definitely under some pressure today. But I'd wait for a little bit lower. All right, so here you have Microsoft firming up just a touch, riding that daily 7 moving average as support. Does not want to break down just yet, but I think it's still getting very close. Just got to wait a little bit longer. So if Microsoft's trying to press higher, S&P getting a nice stick to the upside here. Really solid 1 minute candle off of this 597, almost a full dollar move back to the high side. Almost makes you want to take a put option here. I am looking at a high risk put option here. High risk trade 597 put, 0 DTE. Again, they're very cheap right now. Probably only going to pick up 4 or 5 contracts. All right, 597 put. I got filled at 19 cents. Very aggressive trade. Very aggressive trade. Sized for loss. 597 is all the way down here. Again, this is extremely aggressive. Likely a trade that goes against us, but we're going to take it. Microsoft trying to firm up just a touch. NVDA is still holding that key trend line of support. Bouncing, but I am in a 597 0 DT SPY put. Risking I only have 4 contracts, so it's a very small position relative to what I'm trading with. It's a very small position. Markets are just stuck in a very tight range here. Let's see if we can get a bit of downside. Come on, dump us down. A lot of support on the 1 minute chart. Trying to maintain these previous pivot highs. That's a 1 minute hanging man candle on SPY. That is a 1 minute hanging man candle on SPY. See if they want to push it up. Microsoft still remaining firm though, so that's troublesome for these SPY puts. Again, 1 minute hanging man candles are typically bearish. Let's see if we get a candle that pierces that lower boundary wick. We We have 30 minutes left, so any sort of a big wick down, if we get a sharp move down on SPY, I'll look to start trimming these contracts because we don't have a lot of time. Theta is a killer. And I may have to stop out of these for a loss if we take out this high pivot on a 1 minute close. Tesla curling down, NVIDIA curling slightly down, Microsoft still staying somewhat buoyant. Quite a bit of selling today. Take note of some of your leading mega caps and lagging. Obviously, Apple and Tesla are lagging. Microsoft and NVIDIA continue to remain strong. There are your bright spots. Contracts are sitting at 18 cents, 17 cents. Come on. Give us a move. Tesla now curling back up. So is Microsoft and NVIDIA catching a small minor bid. Tesla's still in a bit of a heavy downtrend on the 5, 15, and 30 and hourly chart. NVIDIA is somewhat mixed today. There's a big spike in SPY. We are trying to break to the high side. Being sold into. Volume and volatility is increasing. Manatee saying oil's starting to curl down. We'll see if it follows through. Yep, that should help the markets, but I still think that there could be a bit of profit taking in the markets ahead of, we've obviously seen profit taking today. People moving more defensively. But yeah, oil, a couple hard candles down on oil. WTI crude printing a high around 73.60. Dropping 40 cents pretty sharply there on crude oil as it runs into a little bit of a double top zone. Come on. Here comes SPY, guys. Here comes SPY. Contracts are slightly green. Come on. Give us a harsh move down. A little bit more. A little bit more. Come on. Come on. There's some support here. As you can see, we're wicking off this previous support. Let's knife through it. Take us to 597. Come on. Take us to this previous retrace, this little breakout trend line. Here we go. Come on. A little bit more. That 1 minute hanging man candle was your signal on SPY. Printed it and it's been bearish since. We tried making a higher spike, but there's going to be a lot of people trying to buy this dip into the close. I know there will be a lot of people trying to buy this dip. SPY is holding support here. There definitely is some accumulation. Let's see if we can get one more little dip down. There's a big candle back up. All right, that could potentially, if SPY holds this level, it's going to try to pierce these highs. But if it breaks it, then we head down to 597.50. Back testing your 1 minute moving average. I see Microsoft coming in, but NVIDIA is trying to hold its 1 minute chart. Tesla running into a bit of resistance here around that 317.60 zone. That was our previous little long entry on Tesla, where we traded that quite nicely. 1 minute potential bear flag on SPY. Come on, give us another break lower. Break these zones. Break these zones. Again, we're writing a 597 0 DTE put. I'm up 3 cents a contract. Nothing that's going to make or break the bank, but just a little bit of action here. It'll be a nice way to end the session if we can get a flush and take these contracts near in the money. Don't know if they'll get to 597, but if we can break this trend line and flush into this lower boundary trend line, then we should net a decent gain. But for the time being, SPY still holding steady, trying to work itself higher. Tesla's trying to push up. Microsoft curling a little bit to the downside. Come on, Microsoft, test your pre-market high again at 476.52. Lots of whippy price action here in this range. Lots of whippy price action. Are we sensing a big spike up or a big spike down? Time will tell. We have a little bit of an upsloping wedge pattern. SPY does not want to give up 598. Still holding steady. Royal still trying to sell off here on the shorter term time frame. Alright, SPY's making a move. It's trying to push and break these pivots. It's looking like it wants to tap 598.50. Still getting rejected on the 1 minute chart. NVIDIA is trying to push to the high side here, so NVIDIA is firming up. Getting quite a decent bid on NVIDIA. That's why SPY is remaining strong here. A little bit of top wicks on NVIDIA now forming. Microsoft is still trying to push, but getting some wicks, top wicks as well. SPY trying to eat through this volume. Looks like it's going to get through. We're going to see a massive face ripping pump here into the close. Range bound or dump? I think we're going to get a big move here. If SPY eats through this liquidity here, the seller, it's going to absolutely rip here. But if it gets rejected, then we should see another leg lower, take out this 597.90 pivot. Still just stuck in a very tight range. Microsoft trying to make a move here. Tesla curling up. NVIDIA still curling up. Google only down 0.15%. Meta down 0.48. Amazon down 0.45. Microsoft and NVIDIA holding steady. Apple still getting hit, down 1.37. Qs are lagging SPY. IWM lagging everything. Final 23 minutes here. should say 22 minutes. Microsoft trying to punch higher here on the 1 minute chart. Same thing with Tesla. Big spike on NVDA, but still forming some 1 minute top wicks. Getting some curling of the moving average in the shorter term time frame. So we're getting rejected off of the same zone. This is bad for SPY because it potentially is creating a bit of a failed short-term breakout. SPY needs to maintain a higher low here or else it could flush into the close. So this is a higher low potential. See if SPY's trying to put in a bottom here. Low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. It needs to maintain this very short-term bullish pattern of higher lows. If it doesn't, then they're going to rug pull us. And what's concerning is your little high pivots are kind of look like they're running out of momentum here intraday. So this, especially this last little test here, it looked like SPY was going to bust through and then the seller just absolutely rejected it. So I'm very doubtful of this move. There's not real much confidence. Look at the selling coming into play just as we're discussing this. See, we're knifing through. We break this little low pivot down here and SPY's going to knife even lower here. This is a bit of a double top failure. Breakout. We should pierce this low. All right, our puts are starting to wake up a little bit again. Come on, give us a knife through this zone. You know you want to break through this and create a little bit of a lower low. There we go. Come on, SPY. All right, we're going to knife through here, guys. We're likely going to knife through on SPY. Come on, give us a big wick down. Ah, they're still defending it. Still defending that little low pivot. NVIDIA, Tesla saw some rejection. All right, there we go. We're up 5 cents a contract, but these things are ripping around. Again, if we get any sort of a flush into this trend line zone on SPY, I'll be looking to sell my put options, okay? My 597 0DT puts, if we get any sort of a flush right into this X marks the spot, we'll be looking to take profits. Right now we're up about 4 or 5 cents a contract on the 597 0DTE, but we only have 20 minutes left, so not a lot of time. Not a lot of time at all. Give us a knife down. Come on, knife it. We did have a failed breakout on the SPY 1 minute chart. You're taking out that little pivot low, violating the higher low. We should go lower. This is near-term trend analysis. Look at the knife down, guys. Come on. All right, I'm trimming some contracts here. I just trimmed contracts at 33 cents. Half of them. Beautiful, beautiful. That was stunning. Beautiful little gain there on SPY. I still have half of my contracts at 19 cents. I'm just going to put a break-even stop loss in case we get a little bit more of a flush. But I trimmed at 33 cents, break-even at 19 cents. That was a lovely little breakdown. And we could retest the low of this wick. We absolutely could still go lower. Again, so break-even stop at 19 cents for me. Let's see if we can get another little flush. But that was the move we were looking for. We're still up on these runners. I only have 2 contracts left. Let's see if we can get a better sell price than 33 cents. Come on. Come on down. So hopefully everyone was able to profit there with us on that little 0DTE play. We called it out here live, sat in it for a few minutes. You know, we took it up here, so we were in it for about 15 minutes or so, but netted a nice gain. Still holding 2 contracts running with a break-even stop loss. So that was a nice little 74% win, sorry, 73% win on that trade. Nice little 73%. We're still up 9 cents, so we're in the driver's seat on the remaining 2 contracts. It's very small. Because we don't have a lot of time, break even stop loss is the trade for me, which it may stop us out on this pop here. Let's see. We could still go lower, guys. We could still take out this low here, 597. And this is the one reason being is that we had a failed breakout here off this 598 zone, 598.40. So we could absolutely go a little bit lower. Microsoft though firming up, NVDA trying to curl up. So that might be the low there. We got 15 minutes left in the session. So it's been a nice little day trading session today. We've executed flawlessly on all of our day trades. We've taken SPY calls, we've taken SPY puts, we took end face common shares long. All right, guys, I was stopped out of the SPY remaining, break even. Stopped out of the remaining puts, so we took 73% on majority of those contracts, stopped out at break even on the rest. I think that pretty much sums up the 0DTE trading for the day. That was our move. You can see NVIDIA is getting a crazy stick to the upside, lifting the market by the scruff of the neck. But yeah, it's been successful. End face for a nice win. SPY calls, SPY puts. Tesla for a nice win. So day trading, we've been 100% today on all of the day trades called out live. So I appreciate everyone for tuning in. We'll just see how the market wants to close into the end of the session. And keep in mind, tomorrow is FOMC. In the morning, we have building permits, housing starts, and initial job loss claims. So it's going to be crazy volatility around that 8:30 a.m. time frame. Interest rates and bonds can be up, down, all around. And then we have Jerome Powell and the FOMC rate decision at 2 p.m. Jerome Powell press conference at 2:30 p.m. We will be live streaming it. Anonymous is saying, yes, Thursday is Juneteenth. Absolutely. Thursday is Juneteenth. So the stock market is closed. So overall, a pretty nasty day for the main indices and Tesla. It's been a day. It's been a day. This is a little short zone on SPY. Anyone that's crazy and looking to gamble, I'm not taking any more trades today, but this is technically another little short zone on SPY if you're wanting to get a little crazy out there. So a nasty little day for SPY. Closing the lower boundary gap is actually a positive sign. Below prior day low, not the best sign. Whoa, look at Microsoft trying to rip and roar here. Holy moly, look at those wicks. NVDA, same thing. Just getting some monster candles to the upside in these markets. Look at this move. SPY tried spiking and breaking out, getting sold into yet again. Volatility is immense. Apple falling. Tesla getting reversed into. This is insane wicks. I'm glad I'm out of it. You can't even take profits this fast. Algos just chop you up and out. People tried buying the breakout. You could have taken a 598 put at the top there. Boom. Drop it in the money. That's insane price action. Look at Tessie. Tesla. Nasty 1 minute engulfing there. Tesla not looking too hot. Let's look at Apple. Apple coming in sharp. Microsoft still trying to hold steady. NVIDIA coming in sharp there as well. SPY taking it a little bit of a dip here into the close. Look at this volatility. As billions of dollars exchange hands at lightning speed. The dip on SPY coming in sharply. Well, Tesla got smashed into the close. Look at that. Apple trying to catch a bid into the close. Microsoft, of course, trying to catch a bid into the close. NVIDIA getting hit into the close. Meta under a little bit of pressure. Amazon mixed. Google under a bit of pressure. AMD under a bit of pressure. Bitcoin bouncing off of the lows. But realistically, it's coming down to Tesla just getting mauled like a bear. Wow. Not a good looking chart for Tesla today. Look at that 5-minute candle down. That's nasty. Microsoft still firming up. SPY into the close getting demolished. Wow, so it actually back tested that area. Holy, look at that price action. We got out of our 0DTEs for 73%, but that would have been a crazier gain. If you shorted that high all the way down the low, holy. Monster, 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 monster gains there. Just this range of $1.30 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. That's insane gains. But yet again, SPY having a failed breakout. You can see on the 1-minute chart getting sold into, creating another little lower low. What crazy price action. NVIDIA knifing here into the close. NVDA getting sold into quite sharply. So a decent decline on SPY, Tesla, Microsoft, NVIDIA into the close there. dump in the markets. Final minute here, 30 seconds. Guys, I appreciate you tuning in. That is a market session wrap in the live day trading room. As always, tomorrow will be a very interesting session. Manatee saying there was a big spike on oil. Yeah, big spike in oil. There's a lot of liquidity moving around there, flowing around. Ahead of FOMC tomorrow, again, you have a whole host of morning data, 8:30 a.m. data that can be market moving, as well as the FOMC rate decision tomorrow. So stay tuned because we will have an action-packed, a lot of volatility and trading opportunity tomorrow here live on the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you on the charts a little bit later.